How you doing, Super Saiyan? Just went live. What's up with you? It was pretty good. Got everything I needed to accomplish. I'm gonna stream for a little bit.
You actually think you have what it takes to beat me now, don't you? How pathetic. Show me what you can really do, or you're going to regret it.
How was your Thanksgiving?
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Someone!
I'm feeling rather hungry. Time to absorb
You're a big help.
last little bit of you. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. I'm so pleased that this day has
Happy to hear that, man.
finally come. Soon I will
Flying
be
Nimbus!
complete.
You have a lot of leftovers? What was your best thing from your dish? What was the best item on your plate?
Enjoyed, you see. You found a power key. Go slot it. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Great! You know what to do with that key. Just do. No. You'll pay for this. You will pay for this! Someone!
That's just not looking good.
You have my thanks.
Love me some mac and cheese.
Holy hell.
Just give up already.
Yeah, this match is basically
You're a fool if you think I'm just going to let you get
on 2
away.
players. He's level 3. We have no key spawn.
Take
We have a key.
away.
Holy hell.
Stay calm. Impossible.
Here comes the pain!
Stay calm.
You bastard!
If you think I'm just going to let you. No complaints for me.
Yo, we finished in the top 100 for Raiders.
Place it now.
I ranked 98 or 97.
But he's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
We didn't make it top 100 for Survivors, but we made it for Raiders.
Be more careful from now on.
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
How pathetic. So disappointing. I expected more.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Oh, what's wrong? Where did all that bravado go?
The escape time machine's ready to launch. Ignore the power keys. Get out of there. There's a beacon where the blue light is. Do you see it? Head that way fast.
Ah, fuck it. Just kill me, bro.
Bastard!
Let's get it over with. Leave off my leg.
Exercise extreme caution if you're...
The arena watch.
In age 783, our warriors are faced with a new enemy. A successor even more genius than Dr. Gero created an enormous iteration of Cell, thousands of times more powerful than the original. A foe that may have possibly been the strongest they've ever encountered in their history of battles. It was a great struggle, but in the end they are victorious thanks to a mysterious new energy. Finally, Son Gohan had truly awakened his power. He not only regained the peak of his ultimate transformation bestowed upon him by the Kaioshin, but unlocked a new mysterious form far more powerful than anything our heroes could have imagined. Similar, albeit different than the Super Saiyan 3 form, his hair grew several times over and shined a solid white, and his eyes turned into those of a beast.
Rank's gonna come back in 2 more weeks.
Now that the dust has settled, a new chapter
We have
begins.
to team up and
This
get in the top
mysterious
100
power
for Survivor.
that he has even yet to still fully understand will not be sealed away again.
I didn't see you or Mac in any matches.
And
at
neither
all.
will it go unnoticed. Although busy training on Beerus' world, Goku and Vegeta have more than taken into
I
attention
remember you
this
told me you were
latest
busy with
development.
your school and basketball.
It's not enough! That's enough for now. For the past week, I've been training my newfound power.
What about you, Gohan?
From rewinding VHS tapes on lazy Saturday mornings to
Should be
button
back
mashing my
soon.
way through pixelated side-scrollers, my childhood was shaped by 4 heroes and a half shell. Now, decades later, they're back. The unexplored Slatin Island, specifically in the southern archipelago, yielded the discovery of a very unique species of ant. Of course, this is a callback to what Gohan was studying in the superhero movie. When they assume danger or are threatened, they turn yellow and emit a faint aura. It's quite the extraordinary ability that you won't find in any other species of ant anywhere on Earth. That is, anywhere else besides this island. After he did some further surveying himself, it turns out that these ants are not a one-of-a-kind species. There are actually many different types of these ants that can each turn into different colors. Some can even turn into several colors in succession. For now, before they can be properly taxonomified, they'll refer to this genus as Saiyants, or Psy-ants for grammatics. Creeping on him through the window, Piccolo listens in to who is possibly the strongest mortal warrior in existence babbling on about freaking ants. Furthering that another interesting thing about this so-called Saiyant species is that some are more widespread on the island than others. The Namekian can't believe this. Again with this crap? It could be speculated that these ants use certain colors that are more threatening or powerful, so to speak, than others. Another possibility is that this is based on what the perceived threat finds the most intimidating. So for instance, the color... Flipping on the lights, Piccolo lets himself in to scold the Saiyant scholar. Is he seriously still staying up all night to do research on ants? Taken off guard. Apparently not wanting a 7-foot-tall alien, or at least an alien that's obvious he's an alien, in his video, he seems to close his laptop and asks if he minds. He's trying to make a recording. They'll talk to him later, instructing him to wait in the TV room and Videl will make him some water. Simply uttering, "Alright." Gohan shushes him as to not pick up his voice on the microphone. After a few minutes pass, the three of them find themselves in the living room. Piccolo admits that he's just surprised, that's all. After what happened last week, he would have hoped that he changed and began training again. Gohan states that Red Ribbon thing was a mess for sure, but now they're back to the status quo like always. He was in the middle of a research project then, and now he still has to finish it. As Videl moves to place her coffee mug on the table in front of him, the half-Saiyan continues that luckily though, he's almost done. Once this is over with, he'll finally have some free time. Leading to the big question. When he has this free time, what will he do with it then? Sipping his glass, he remarks that if it quells his concerns,
Views are now looking good tonight.
he has not forgotten what happened at the end of
Last
the
match
battle
took me
back
like 20
there.
minutes to find.
He's felt very different since that moment. It's strange. Even though he hasn't transformed again since, he feels as though the power hasn't left him. Pausing to listen, Piccolo reveals that when he reached that new form, at first he himself had trouble sensing his energy. The ki felt unusual, somewhat like divine energy, and yet it felt like something else entirely. Gohan also still doesn't quite understand what happened back there. If his friend hadn't come here today, the young family man would have sought him out before long. He'd like to ask him a favor. Help him find out what this new power is. The pair find themselves in a desolate wasteland. What looks like part of a castle or fortress lies in ruins in the background. Asking Gohan if he's ready.
Unleash your new form!
Stopping short of transforming, he pleads with his training partner to wait a minute. Who worries it could be something serious. But all it is his new form doesn't have a name yet. Annoyed, the spaceman growls that he guesses they could just come up with a name for it now then. Trying to figure out something quick, Piccolo calls his new form Orange Piccolo. Is that correct? And yeah, because he became orange. Since Gohan's form turns his hair white, he should be called White Gohan. But even Big Green thinks that's ridiculous. He squabbles to know what the problem with it is. Kazuya's mentor to question if he has no shame. Don't copy his naming schemes. Not really being creative, he then thinks he can just swap around the adjective and noun and call himself Gohan White then. Not liking this much more. It's acceptable, although it may sound weird to say still. Powering up the Saiyan Chortles. Well then. In this case, I'll call it Gohan Blanco. However, currently this pretty much just looks like what could be Super Saiyan White. What happened to his hair? Gohan doesn't realize what he means and only notes that it changes like all the other Saiyan transformations.
Alright, found a match. Just start in 2 minutes.
No, it was longer before. And his eyes, they're different now. Of course, since he doesn't exactly have a mirror to compare the looks. It's possible it's because he was so rageful before. Maybe since he's not so angry now, it's different. Whatever the case may be, nothing's going to get accomplished if they just stand around talking about their appearance. They should get down to business. Piccolo extends an arm and shouts that to really understand this new power and ability, nothing will be more effective than a good old-fashioned sparring session. Their goals are simple here. First, to revitalize Gohan's fighting prowess. And second, to see how proficiently he can control his power while in this Blanco state. For now, I'd like them to primarily focus on the second goal. He needs to match his power output to Piccolo's own. Even with his orange Piccolo form, Gohan still far surpasses him, so he's afraid they can't use the full extent of his power immediately. However, in exchange, this is of course a great opportunity for him to practice ki control. And just to make it fun, let's say the Namekian wins if at any point he uses any more than this current level of power. Up for the challenge. Gohan decides that's fair enough. They'll see if he can stick to this rule. Here he comes! Elsewhere, Vegeta and Goku stop in their tracks to hone in on the duo. This is the same enormous power as before. Judging by this, the last time wasn't just a fluke then. It really is Gohan's own power. And this time, there is no enemy. The two of them are just tapping back into the strength
Dragon,
again
what's
by
up?
themselves.
Yeah, I saw it. I gave it a thumbs up, Super Saiyan.
As well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right
Then what?
spots.
Are you here to save me?
I'm playing Dragon Ball The Breakers right now. Just watching some fan manga while we wait for the next match to start.
You found a power key. Go slot it. A super transfer is headed your way.
Come on, homie.
You will
Take it
save
now.
you.
Oh, it's gotta support the man, you know?
You found another power key. Use it quick.
Keep posting your Breakers content. You'll get more subscribers.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Why you keep writing dot 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 dot?
Flying Nimbus!
Great. You know what to do with that key.
So guys, we need to find one more key in B. I'm gonna head to A, set this A key. Try to find that B key after. Someone got it.
Another
You
power
got all the
key.
keys.
Use it quick.
This guy just has to stay alive and rush him with the time machine.
Flying Nimbus! Holy hell. Here comes the pain! Let's go!
Then you're done.
Flying Nimbus! You're done!
Dragon, what would you like to know?
Looking a tad more serious than usual. We suggest that if Goku doesn't mind, they must not teleport away to meet Gohan yet. He wants them to take care of a few things here since he himself has some other matters to attend to. While Goku doesn't mind, doesn't the angel also think this is strange? That energy feels kind of odd. What is it? Who unveils that it's something rooted in his raw potential, much like Broly, but not quite the same. Vegeta finds himself eager to understand what he means. Is Gohan also some sort of legendary being? As ridiculous as it sounds, it might actually explain a lot. The Divine Being responds that Vegeta should be well aware by now that one does not need the help of a legend to reach astounding levels of power. That being said, he's also not entirely wrong. He will answer this question in full later. Goku queries if it's because he's a half Saiyan, so maybe this means he has some sort of special power that normal Saiyans don't have. The Prince inserts that this would mean Goten and Trunks also possess the potential to unlock this power too. Which, even though Vegeta was just being condescending, maybe they do and they don't even know it yet. Or maybe Gohan might be something like a legendary half Saiyan. But that's preposterous. Regardless, there would have to be a legend to go along with the form, and no such half Saiyan legend exists in Saiyan mythology. It would be more likely that he's some sort of legendary human, and said legend has been lost to time. But no, Whis sternly states that this is a much different matter. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, the most powerful warrior in the Tournament of Power, Jiren, glances behind himself as something seems to be bothering him. What is the case behind Gohan's limitless potential? Whis appears to suggest that it has nothing to do with either a Saiyan or human biology. But what else could it be? And with Jiren, who not long ago was completely untouchable in all the multiverse, now being left in the dust by our heroes, has he been doing anything himself to keep up with this most recent surge of power? Getting in on the action yet? And now? Just by logging in for 7 days, you unlock Michelangelo. Yes, that Michelangelo, completely free before October 30th. Don't miss it. TMNT me trade? This is every 90s kid's dream turned reality. If you haven't started playing yet, you're missing out. New players who download through my link or scan this QR code will immediately get a legendary champion Corrado, plus 3 more epics. Not a bad start to the game. On top of that, you get to pick 1 extra legendary using promo code Monkey King for Sun Wukong. Get Alice for Alice, Tree Hugger for Green Warden Ruark, or Desert Queen for Toon and Ark. Personally, I'd recommend Sun Wukong since he's a strong all-arounder. With so much content, my clan, the Mondo Crew, is just getting started on their own mission, so come join me in the game. Feelings are often hard to describe. Never once has Gohan questioned the nature of many mystical energies he and others have constantly used in abundance. Yet now, he turns to an old mentor to solve a riddle he somehow desperately wants to know the answer to.
What is this new power?
As if the power itself imbued him with a sense of duty so that he may seek answers.
You're 7 at 8. Hopefully you might start soon.
I entered this canyon to shake them off, and yet at the end, there's more than there was at the start.
Early dodging is a futile strategy here, Gohan. Because I'll just make it so even more chase you down. Tuh. Huh. Even with this much power, you still have much to learn.
Thinking about a student's progress. You should have gone on the offensive and directed the attacks back at me instead of running away. Realize that it was not the energy balls that concerned you, but me, your opponent. Always consider what your opponent will do at every moment of battle. Just goes to show no matter what your level is, battle strategy proves to be ever as important. But anyway, he asked me to help him figure out his power. He's been able to keep up this exact same level of power throughout our whole sparring session. It's still quite impressive. Honestly, I would have a real difficult time if I were in his position. I was expecting him to exceed it right from the start.
Wait. I can't sense his energy. Could it be that he's... No, that's not it. Ah!
Piccolo almost getting dropped on.
Well, you seem relatively unscathed. How did you escape my homing energy missiles? Don't tell me you cheated and increased your power level.
Ha! Quite the opposite, actually, Piccolo. You see, I reduced my energy to near zero, which is why I'm pretty sure you could barely sense me at all. But the thing is, I did that by releasing all my energy at once, in one concentrated form. I hoped your homing missiles would track that raw energy I release, and indeed they did. The final explosion managed to be just far enough away from me to be mostly unharmed. After that, I kept my energy low to sneak up behind you, and here we are. Looks like you're as sharp as ever, Piccolo. Amazing how you were able to counteract at the last second.
Our sparring session is over now. And I think I've learned enough about your power to come to a conclusion.
After headbutting Gohan, Piccolo mentions how his ki control is very impressive. Unnaturally impressive. He explains that Gohan is able to keep his energy at a consistently low level despite the pressures of battle. And at the end, he released all of his energy in an instant, only to charge it back up in another instant. These are things that even Piccolo admits he himself would have a very hard time doing. Namek then asks how Gohan managed such a high level of ki control with barely any training as of late. Who admits he's not sure. He says it just felt like intuition. In a fight, you just do what you feel works. But Piccolo isn't convinced. Intuition doesn't explain the capability to pull off such control in the first place. Regardless of how strong Gohan may be, he should still need to train to develop ki control skills like that. Reflecting further, it's obvious now that Blanco is not a simple power-up, which is why Gohan has felt oddities about it. He believes this new form provides Gohan with unnatural talents. So far, they've only seen it affect his ki control, but there could be more to what this form does. He comments that Gohan has also been fighting rather well for not having fought for a long time. While Piccolo would like to think that maybe simply a Saiyan blood at work, this form could also be allowing him to instinctively fight at a higher level than normal. Gohan reasons that would mean it's similar to his dad's Ultra Instinct, doesn't he think? Apart from the visual resemblance, that form also allows users to fight without thinking. His teacher agrees it could be similar, but it's distinctly different in some ways. Ultra Instinct bears a heavy stamina burden, while Gohan showed basically no signs of fatigue. And although he's been fighting at a really high level, he highly doubts his body, quote, moves on its own. Nonetheless, that's exactly where he's getting at. Since Blanco bears a strong resemblance in form and function to an angelic form, then the obvious next step of their quest is to consult an angel. Sitting. Alright then. Gohan smirks. That's where we're headed next. Meanwhile, in Universe 11. Toppo, or Top in the English dub, appears to address a conference full of spectators wearing the Pride Trooper uniform. Turning to a one-eyed guy. That was a pleasant introduction speech you gave, Mike. Who smiles in return. The floor is all his. And Mike? Wazowski? Ahem. The God of Destruction and Training begins. I'm very happy to see that many of you have come on such short notice. As Lieutenant Wazowski said. So yeah, Wazowski. We are gathering here today to celebrate our recent victory on planet Guago. Although many of you participated in relieving the planet from terrorist occupation, many more of you were also not there. So I will inform you all briefly that this event was one of the toughest battles in Pride Trooper history. Planet Guago's civilization mainly resides under the surface, and its Earth is far from stable. And yet the enemy fortified themselves deep into the Earth. Earth meaning the mantle or soil, and not like the name of the planet. We had to be careful and yet strong. Some of our operations involved things outside the expected field of expertise of your average trooper. We had to survey the Earth, dig tunnels, and fight in tightly packed close quarters with minimal use of ki, all while in the dark, grimy tunnels of the planet. In the end, many challenges and obstacles caused a relatively weak enemy to take a 3-month planetary-wide siege, and 12 months of cleanup operations to fully eliminate the terrorists. I hope you all now have at least a small picture of the event, and why it calls for celebration that it concluded just 3 days ago. But in truth, that is not the only reason I have called you all here today. Today I am announcing my retirement as Commander-in-Chief of the Pride Troopers. Lord Belmont has been eager to retire and name me his successor for years now, but I have always kept pushing back so that I may continue to be a servant of justice. But now I think I've delayed this long enough. It is time for me to answer the call of Lord Belmont and fulfill an even greater duty. I thought the end of the Siege of Guago would be a fitting time to retire. And indeed, I promised that to Lord Belmont over a year ago. So as a parting gift, I give you all
What's up,
a
Kenneth? How you doing?
celebration for the ages. As a god of destruction, I will no longer need personal wealth or property, and so much of this comes out of my own pocket. But our elite have made some generous contributions as well. For the whole of this week, there will be 12 tournaments for all levels of strength, races across the planet's oceans, skies, and this system, and numerous games and shows for all of you to enjoy. And of course, we will be hosting only the finest food and drink from across the universe. We even have some treats from Earth of Universe 7, in limited supply. Finally, this is not just an event for us troopers, but also for the whole planets as well. So be welcome to invite your friends and families nearby here to spectate or even join in on the battles. I shouldn't waste your time any further. You're dismissed. Go have fun, comrades. But Commander! A voice interrupts. Commander Toppo, who will succeed you? Oh, of course. I forgot to address that. That will be up to the Council of the Elite to decide. I have resigned to have no say in the matter. I promise that they will choose the most worthy trooper to succeed me. Anyway, you are all really dismissed now. I am no longer your commander. The next time we meet, I will be your lord and god of destruction. A woman asking, how in the multiverse did they get their hands on Earth food? Who cares how? I'ma try some.
Good to hear, homie. Appreciate you dropping by. Hopefully the next match starts
Some
soon.
hours later.
Right now we're just watching some fan manga.
A group of troopers calls out to Jiren. They've been looking for him. Toppo said there'll be a council to determine the next leader of the Pride Troopers. Does he know anything about it? And about who's involved and who the candidates are? But he doesn't. In fact, today's the first time he's even heard of this council. Which is strange to one of them and infuriating to another. The other elites must be purposely leaving Master Jiren out of the discussion. An accusation Jiren shuts down immediately, warning him not to think ill of their fellow troopers. Apologizing. Jiren admits he doesn't make himself available very often. It would be wise of them not to burden
Metroid
themselves with
Prime
having
4
to wait for
is coming
his
out, what,
input
in
on
2
their
weeks?
decision-making process.
I think I might get that.
Though it's argued Jiren should at least make sure they nominate him. He'd make a great leader.
I think it's coming out next week Friday.
His fangirl from earlier reminds that a lot of the troopers think he's all brawn and no brains. If he becomes commander-in-chief, he can demonstrate leadership and more will respect him. Though he doesn't care about commanding respect, he'd rather show it. It's Toppo's will to have a successor chosen by the council independent of any third party. Walking off, he finishes that if he himself gets involved, it'd be going against his will. That would be disrespectful. They really shouldn't be thinking too much about this. For now, they should just enjoy the festivities. Just remember,
To never lose sight of improving yourselves.
passing Toppo, the Destroyer comments.
You know I saw you back there.
Was he really just meditating in the theater hall for 5 hours? Does he have no respect for the celebrations he's prepared? Only responding. Toppo.
Appreciate the love,
I
homie.
wasn't meditating. I was sleeping. If I was meditating, I'd probably cause some damage to the place. My presence alone is enough of a show of respect for these events. You should know I don't care much for these sort of things. Catching up with him, Toppo believes there's no use in trying to get him to participate.
At the same time, he doesn't seem to be in much of a rush to leave. Then why should he hurry? Jiren asks. But if he's gonna stick around, Toppo would like to have a chat with him. Asking where he's headed after this. Jiren tells he's going for a round of training on planet Susa. The environment there is quite unique. Somewhere Toppo's never heard of. And of course not. Jiren discovered it and named it himself. Well, anyway, you've changed a lot over the past 3 years, Jiren. You've taken pupils, joined others in battle without them calling for you, and participated in our events, even if it's just your presence. A far cry from your lone wolf days, don't you think? Yeah, I guess I've changed a bit, he responds. So I was thinking, then perhaps the next step in your progress is to take on a leadership role. Asking what he's saying. I was lying about the council thing. The truth is I haven't fully decided on a successor yet. I'm in the process of asking around those who I see have potential, if they are willing. From there, I'll narrow it down to who I think will make the best leader among them. I admire your seriousness, Jiren. I'm not just looking for a successor, but someone who can bring a fresh look to our organization. Your great power and potential also do a lot in your favor. So what do you say? Would you be willing to take leadership of the Pride Troopers? But no. Silence follows. Toppo's bewildered. He's not even going to consider it just for a moment. Jiren comments.
Actually, you're wrong.
Guys, we found a match to start in 2
I
minutes.
haven't changed. At the end of the Tournament of Power, Son Goku opened my eyes to the power of others. He taught me that solely relying on myself is not the only path to power. Others could help me become even stronger. That is what changed for me. But my sole goal in life has always been the same, and I will never lose sight of it. I have always, and always will, seek ultimate power. Because power is the only truth in this world, and that is an absolute fact. Leadership would only endow me with responsibilities that would distract me from this goal. So I must decline so I may continue to focus on my path. I hope you understand.
His opposite has to ask why though. Barring the angels, he might as well be the strongest in the universe already. Why continue to seek strength when you're already so strong? And that's something he can ask the Saiyans. Has he even been paying attention to the
Connection to the
energies from
host has
Universe
been
7?
lost.
But he hasn't. He doesn't think he can sense energy from that far away. So to put it simply, Goku and his allies have become exponentially stronger over the last 3 years. In fact, the power they displayed during the Tournament of Power is now insignificant. At least compared to what they can do now. What? Really? With that understood, Jiren knows he's far from being the strongest. And there is still much more to achieve. There's no reason to stop seeking strength. Reflecting on how amazing Universe 7 is. Toppo accepts Jiren's reasoning, telling him to walk his path of strength. He won't object if that's what he desires.
Coordinates are set. Launch system. CI-2160 MG. Plan on.
That power. It's Goku's sons, I believe. It's different from the rest of their power-ups. The most peculiar thing about this one is that I feel like I felt this exact wavelength once before. Moreover, I remember that feeling comes from that time long ago. A part of me thinks it's insignificant somehow, but why that would be, I cannot fully remember. Maybe it's just nothing. But I refuse to be uncertain. Slamming her hand down.
Bulma and Gohan talk. The former explains how it's no use. Whis' communicator must be broken or something. She hasn't been able to get this thing to work since Gohan and the others fought the Red Ribbon Army. Wondering how they're gonna get there then. She questions if they're sure they don't want to use a spaceship. She can get one ready within the hour. But no way, that'll take weeks. Gohan's break ends in just 2 months. He can't be wasting so much time just traveling around space. It's such a shame though. They could get there themselves in 2 hours. The only problem is they can't breathe in space. Piccolo believes he has a workaround solution. We could still use the ships, but instead of using propulsion, we can just push the ship from the inside with our power. She worries, wouldn't that be kind of dangerous? You might damage
You're getting
the ship
failed to
and
connect
risk
crew
getting
members, man.
stranded,
What's
or
up with you?
worse.
Just here waiting for
Honestly,
the next
you should
match.
just wait. He'll probably come around in a day or two for Earth food anyway. Hedo taking off the welder's mask. He beckons why they don't just use spacesuits. The only problem is breathing, right? Something Bulma's surprised she didn't think of. He offers one of his own that he made in his spare time. Just place them in the center of their chest and press it. The suit will conform around their body. The oxygen only lasts for 12 hours, which should be more than enough for them. Happy with that, Gohan shakes his hand, chiming. Oh man, thanks a lot, kiddo. But the name's Hedo, and he's actually 3 years older than him. Blasting off. What can Whis tell our heroes about this Blanco form and its relationship to Ultra Instinct?
Alright, hopefully this one works.
The
Should
palace
start in
of
a minute or
Grand
so.
Zeno, the Omni King. One week ago,
Well, Terrence, we finished rank in the top 100, so congratulations.
watching in on the battle against Cell Max and the resulting new forms of Gohan and Piccolo. Grand Prix beckons. You know what this is, right? Watching it, the latter answers, "Yes, I do. Allow me to take care of it. This is a concern and must be dealt with." His father not arguing, he turns to leave. "All right, I trust you, Whis." What in the world could he mean by this is a
What the?
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Thank you very much.
Nimbus! Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick!
Someone save me!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Gotta get the hell out of here! How is it gone?
Flying Nimbus! Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick! Head there now!
Let's go! Stay calm.
Someone needs to go save that civilian.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Supplies to help. Make good use of them. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system is pretty good. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. Here comes the pain. Time machine is back. Wherever you at. Oh no! The super transfer was stolen. I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together until then. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. I sent another super transfer. Take it and survive this. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon,
Guys
call
need
it
to
again.
stop running away, bro. You still lose. You still lose.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Now all who have challenged my greatness have fallen! To commemorate my newfound dominance, I'll destroy this planet!
concern and must be dealt with. Then seeing Gohan happily with his daughter, he powers down and takes a seat. Perhaps it can wait. Back in the present on Beerus' planet, with a determined look in his eye, Goku asks, "Are you sure about this, Vegeta?"
Without a doubt! Gohan and Piccolo are going to land right over here!
But what makes him so sure? In contrast, Goku contends that he thinks it's more likely he'll land over in this spot instead. The pair find themselves arguing about who can predict a fighter's movement better. Goku even jabs that Vegeta only won their last spar because he got the last slice of pizza before the fight started. And besides, Gohan is his son. He knows him better than the prince. But is that a joke? He hasn't even seen him in years. In the middle of their bickering, with Gohan landing far behind him, looks like neither one of them were right. Not letting it go, Vegeta sneers that he landed closer to his spot. Either way, Gohan and Piccolo explain their reason for arriving here. Tough luck. We left an hour ago. Or 3 hours ago. That was just before Gohan left Earth. This is some serious bad timing. Though they're confident he'll be back soon. He's never away for more than a couple hours at a time. Given the downtime. Gohan suggests the perfect way to use his time. And he's asking for a sparring match, right? His dad mentions how they sensed that he sparred with Piccolo on Earth, but he wasn't able to use his full power. Here with him and Vegeta, he'll be able to fight without limiting himself at all. But actually, he was thinking he'd spend this time studying this planet's ecosystem. He hasn't studied alien biospheres before. Not to mention, this is a divine world as well. It'll be pretty interesting to find out how life might be different here than it is on Earth. But a couple of hours is plenty of time for him. And he doubts they'll fight for long, so Gohan guesses that can wait, accepting the match. Cheering his son for hanging up the nerd jacket for a minute. He reiterates that he means it. Don't worry about holding back and go all out. His new power is incredible, but Goku doesn't think he surpassed he or Vegeta just yet. You're not joining us, Piccolo. If they're as strong as they say they are, I probably won't stand a chance alone.
Have some confidence in your own power. They'll probably go easy on you, since this is for you to learn.
Maybe you're right. You might make some interesting observations from the ground anyway. Goku tells Vegeta, don't go easy on him. Remember, this is for him to learn.
As if I will. I'd say this is more of an opportunity for us. Don't you think? We haven't fought anyone else aside from the same handful of people for years.
His rival Chortle said he may be right about that.
Don't forget, you guys are fighting in the air to avoid too much destruction on Lord Beerus' planet.
Goku compliments his son. He's managed to face off against both of them at the same time. But don't get cocky yet. Vegeta chimes in.
That's right! That was just the warm-up!
Huh?
Think they're doing some updates or something in the background?
What just happened?
Usually they'll give us a warning.
This must be... Dad's Ultra Instinct! He thinks to himself how incredible this is. Even though power level-wise he's weaker than himself, his speed is far above his own. He's being totally overwhelmed. But that's only because he took the initiative. Gohan can still...
Close the gap!
With Goku anticipating the attack. He meets Gohan on the ground commenting he can see he's having a bit of trouble. How about a break? Who catches his breath that he'll take what he can get. Piccolo said you'd go easy on me. I guess that only means both of you aren't going all out on me at once. Well, don't get too mad at me. His dad starts. Like it or not, you still have to understand your power. I have to push you hard like this. You have a habit of not using your full power until the most desperate moment. Not to mention, when it's easy for you, you
Let it get into your head. Who argues? Oh, come on! I don't do that last part anymore, at least. I was still a teenager back then. I'm over it now. Continuing. Anyway, you may say it's too early to make a judgment, but I feel like I'm confident that your power is not superior to that of Ultra Instinct. I know you've been beating me up, but the fight isn't over yet. Or are you just pushing me, but in a psychological way this time? But no. His father means what he says. Then questions if he ever explained to him what Ultra Instinct is. Which he hasn't, but he thinks he understands. It's when your body moves on its own, right? But that's an oversimplification. Normally to move fast, we speed up the nerve signals that are sent across our body with ki. But no matter how fast we may try, we still need time to carry those signals, which delays our movement by a small but significant factor. In Ultra Instinct, I can completely bypass this delay because I don't use my nervous system at all. Once I make an intention in my heart to act, my body automatically moves as fast as it can, as if my spirit and body are completely united. So the only things that delay this movement are one's physical limits and energy output, and an imperfect state of mind. Doubts that dissolve clear intentions. So you can imagine, the greater half of my training for this involves training the mind. Explaining more would be difficult. But in essence, Ultra Instinct provides the user with a decisive speed advantage over any opponent with relatively similar strength. This is why I believe it to be the ultimate fighting technique. So maybe, instead of trying to understand whatever your new form is, it might be better to use your renewed interest in training and trying to develop Ultra Instinct yourself. Besides, I think that's the only way you could possibly win this fight. So for the next part, we're just gonna pretend I'm the author.
Oh, hey! I didn't see you there. So unfortunately, I can't continue doing Dragon Ball comics. For reasons. But as a sign-off, let's go over what Blanco vs. story was supposed to be.
So we ended in the middle of Chapter 3, the Goku vs. Gohan fight. It was gonna be really cool. In the end, Goku is going to do the Ultra Instinct Dragon Fist against Gohan Blanco's Masenko.
Fine, I'll add some more.
Goku was about to win, but then Gohan got a power boost from a mysterious figure. And no, it's not C from Dragon Ball Multiverse.
Summaries.
The sparring match finishes and cut to Zeno's palace. It's revealed that beings outside the multiverse are being drawn to Gohan Blanco's power. Grand Priest has orders from his superior to eliminate Gohan Blanco if he appears in his multiverse. So Whis should have killed Gohan, but he failed in his duties. However, after billions of years, GP doesn't care about his superior anymore, so the Grand Priest doesn't mind. Instead, he'll make a deal with the incoming invaders. Later, Whis lies to Gohan about his power, saying it's all just his potential. But Gohan's smart and doesn't buy it.
Your training is complete. Now go away.
Side story, Vegeta takes Broly to Universe 6.
Roll the die roll.
Vegeta meets with the King of Sadala in Universe 6. His name is Rolf. They make a deal to allow Broly to stay on the moon, relatively uninhabited moon. I think that's a typo of Sadala, and Vegeta leaves. Back on Earth, Gohan decides to use his vacation to catalog ants, since he has no leads on his new power. But he finds a strange cave. In it, he finds Salama, creator of the Super Dragon Balls.
So you see...
Another plot reveal. Salama explains that he gave Gohan this power to defeat a godlike being known as El Grande Padre. I'm working on that accent. Give me time. El Grande Padre is a being who desires to consume the entirety of reality. Many years ago, though, Salama sealed him into a prison. But his power continues to grow, and someday he'll break free. Gohan is to be Zalama's knight in shining armor and go on a quest beyond the multiverse to find a way to restore Zalama's power so Zalama can complete the sealment of El Grande Padre. However, he needs someone who he can trust. Someone who will stop at nothing to achieve the goal in his heart. Zalama does not see that yet, and so he refuses to give Gohan the full extent of the Blanco form's power. Then Zalama disappears. Gohan is stunned. Was this a hallucination? So he asks Dende to help him confirm if the story's true. Dende searches divine text for records of such a story, but he finds nothing. But he does find the location of a secret library who nobody, not even the angels, have ever entered. Perhaps the answers are here. So time for an adventure to Otherworld. Meanwhile, Broly's getting attacked by a squad of the King's assassins. They use a special bracer that inhibits his power, but Broly still gives them a strong fight. The King has to get involved. And in the end, Broly is killed. Vegeta arrives back, but it's too late. He promises that the King will have to pay for what he had done. But later, Broly can still be revived anyway. Back in the other world, Gohan and Piccolo face the Guardian of the Library. Eventually, Gohan figures out that the way to pass through the Guardian is to only admit the Blanco form's special key. The truth of the Blanco form is proven.
I've been expecting you.
The keeper of the library, Monsieur Krabs,
Has been waiting for Gohan Blanco. A new training begins now.
It's been a long time, my dimwit brother.
But they must be quick as an unexpected visitor arrives. It's El Hermano, Jiren's long-lost brother. He explains that he is here to test the power of Gohan Blanco. He and his love familiar also desire to stop El Grande Padre, but they believe resurrecting Zalama is unnecessary. For them, there is no need for so-called gods, for the only thing that matters in this world is power. If Gohan cannot meet his standards, then he will be executed. El Hermano also sends armies to the top 5 planets with the strongest beings to test their strength. For fun. With so little time to learn the secrets of the Gohan Blanco form and the intricacies of the world beyond the multiverse, Gohan decides to face the threat head on. He meets Vegeta on Earth and suggests they go somewhere else, lest they be attacked by El Hermano's army. Vegeta obviously suggests them to go to planet Sadala in Universe 6. A great battle is about to ensue. Case in point, a planetary battle begins on planet Sadala. Jiren is sent as a spearhead to face off against the Big Three: Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo. King Rolf reluctantly helps him and mobilizes a Saiyan army for the defense. All while Gohan Blanco faces off against several monsters El Hermano designed to test his strength. Eventually, Gohan accepts the mission to help Zalama unlock the strength to defeat the monsters. But El Hermano is still not pleased and threatens to destroy the multiverse with a single punch. Fortunately, Zalama appears just in time to show El Hermano a vision of the future. El Hermano sees his fate and withdraws from the multiverse. With the battle won, Gohan prepares to go on an adventure and... the end! Indeed, admittedly, it's quite a silly story. My inspiration was to take a silly concept and make it as serious as possible. Here are some more not-so-minor details that I left out of the summary. The Grand Priest deal is that he would allow El Hermano to do as he pleased with only minor resistance. This would end up leading him to fighting all the gods of destruction and easily beating them all. The reason why the King of Sadala wanted to kill Broly was simply because he didn't want to risk such a powerful threat nearby. Hailing Jiren as he went to his secret spot to meet his brother. The Zenos would be revealed to actually be puppets. Their universe-ending power is given to them by the Grand Priest. The Universe 11 Pride Troopers would also be involved for the final battle, hence there being a lot of them depicted in Chapter 2. Toppo would obtain an angel staff and lead the Pride Troopers against El Hermano's armies to save the other 4 planets that he targeted across the multiverse after successfully defending their own. Rolf also wanted to strategically eliminate one of Universe 7's powerful warriors. He's just a really meticulous guy. So, the short version is El Hermano became kind of a meme after some fans jokingly suggested he was Jiren's secret brother. Then El Grande Padre is a little more of the same. El Hermano literally means brother, and El Grande Padre just means like great father or something. When the Tournament of Power was airing, there was a rumor that the Grand Priest was going to turn out to be evil and the true antagonist of the arc. So that's what Florento, the creator, was going for here. Then Gohan Blanco or White is just another rumored new transformation. I actually have a Goku White action figure that I bought before Ultra Instinct was ever revealed. Anyway, my interpretation of this is that it's mostly just a big love letter to the Latin Dragon Ball fan community, where most of these rumors originated. Which is even more amazing when you consider Florento is apparently Indonesian. Leave it to Dragon Ball memes and rumors to inspire people worldwide. Except the Rolf thing. That's either just a random meme or a reference to Peter Clem as voicing both him and Goku at one point. But anyway, even after like 7 years, I still don't have a proper sign-off. Bye!
And I thought to myself, who could kill such an innocent child? Cell, I'm begging you, don't!
This is part 1 of an ongoing series and was created by Jiren Smith. Support him on Twitter and catch up fully using the links below.
A few months have passed since our hero's stunning
Let's get this
win
W,
in the
man.
Tournament of Power. Goku and friends
Match
are
is about to
enjoying a
begin in a
time of
minute.
peace. Frieza departed without a trace. Lord Beerus returned to his planet in an attempt to get a little shut-eye. However,
set a super time
Yo, Kaka,
machine, as well as a
where have you
crate
been,
of
homie?
supplies.
What's up?
Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Well, I'm cooked. Did you have a good Thanksgiving? Saw a lot of people post pictures of food. It's yummy.
Welcome. Thank you.
Probably like last month when ranks started.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Welcome.
I leveled up to level 3 quick. Fortunately, I don't have a power key right now. I don't know what that EQ is.
Hey, great! You found another power key.
Found it.
Use it quick.
We destroyed C, so we have to head to A and B. Alright, man, we're here. Probably stream for another 2 hours.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I'll just take a little step back.
Ally down. If you
Yeah,
intend to
KO,
rescue
man.
them, watch out for enemies. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Usually matches against Broly don't go well.
Holy hell.
Yeah, like, how do you fight this, bro?
Flying Nimbus!
I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the
Could
enemy
he's in
back.
this match too?
Hang in there!
I owe you one.
Flying Nimbus! That's for me, right?
startup system from the center. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Flying Nimbus!
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. Holy hell. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Consider it done.
Yeah, I did.
Crap.
The startup system's under attack. Everyone, it's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Flying Nimbus!
Oh man. Holy hell. The startup system's destroyed. Your startup machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. You bastard! An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
You weren't gonna win this match.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. Sorry, Broly. You'll be dying alongside this planet. Where do you think you're going? I was going to escape with you. In a one-person pod.
something has awoken him from his slumber. He explains how it's hard to sleep after such a glorious win, though he definitely had his doubts at times. Whis is no different. He too believed there were moments they were surely done for, but Goku and the others came through in the end, and in stunning fashion, he might add. The way
Good
Frieza
game,
and
man.
Goku combined their strength was remarkable. And then there's Vegeta and Goku. The two of them have come a long way since the Destroyer first encountered him. Even since the tournament, they've reached new heights.
Really, it's just too
Beerus thinks
difficult to
back on
beat,
both of
honestly.
them.
We need a solid team, solid team.
Specifically, Vegeta's evolved Blue State, and Goku's mastered
Good
Ultra
though.
Instinct. The Angel comments that with challenges like the Tournament of Power, there's no telling how far those Saiyans can go. Beerus admits he's right. It seems that one of them will pose a legitimate challenge to him soon. That's when Whis mentions Gohan. He remarks that, believe it or not, Goku's son, who was part of their win in the tournament, once surpassed even his father when he was just a boy. But is he serious? That's hard to believe, especially given he was eliminated relatively early. Using a staff, the attendant shows him firsthand. This is ridiculous! Where was all this during the tournament? It's likely what the staff shows is either the defeat of Perfect Cell or Ultimate Gohan taking on Majin Buu. It's explained that Gohan doesn't share his father's taste for a challenge in terms of fighting. He was even reluctant to join the tournament to begin with, until he learned what was at stake. However, Beerus just feels this is a waste of power. Taking a seat, the Angel tells how Gohan's only focus and concerns lie with his wife, child, and being what the Earthlings call a scholar. Though if he had this much power as a child, one can only imagine what hidden power he currently has locked away. Whis actually agrees with the statement. However, his inner strength seems to come from the loss of life, and not the thrill of a challenge, which supports his earlier theory about him in regards to his motivation to fight and loss of life. This fact prompts Beerus to ask Whis to show him his previous battles again. Stopping on his battle against Cell, he shouts that one, believing this to be the fight which stands out most, commanding Whis to bring this one to him. But does he mean Cell himself? On Earth, we spot our heroes taking the day to enjoy the beach, reminiscing and echoing the words of the deities. Gohan admits there are moments in the tournament he really didn't think they were gonna win. And Goku knows. In fact, he's sure everyone had doubts at times, especially knowing what was at stake. But they all pulled through in the end, and it was a team effort. Krillin adds that they all played their part. Dare you say even Frieza helped with the whole thing. With a bit of a shudder, Gohan is aware of all this, but he feels he himself could have done more. He neglected his training so much that they had to team up with Frieza of all people. In doing so himself, he sacrificed himself to take out Dispo. Goku comforts his son and presses that he has to stop beating himself up. He did the best he could and he's proud of him. A statement Krillin agrees with, but Gohan is apprehensive to side with him. When Bulma interrupts to ask if everyone's enjoying the sun. Jumping up, our hero is the first to chime in that as much as he likes to annoy everyone with his constant training, it's nice to get them all together like this and have a good time every once
What's
in a
up,
while.
Grizz? How you doing?
Who couldn't agree more with such a statement. Chi-Chi adds to this. She'd love for her husband to spend more time at home with his family, but of course, he'll just find some excuse to go train, time after time. And speaking of training, he's curious where Vegeta is anyway. Someone who is training. He's back at the house. He'd rather do what he does every day instead of being here. Which tracks. That sure sounds like Vegeta. Cueing Goku to follow suit. He bids everyone goodbye and tells them he's gonna go check on the dear old prince. Though everyone else simply rolls with this. His wife barks that it's just like him to abruptly leave during a family outing. But if he's going, Bulma has a message she'd like him to give Vegeta when he sees him. Tell him that she said he's a big jerk for not showing up. Not arguing. The Saiyan locks onto his key and teleports away. At Capsule Corp, the prince is seen working away in the gravity room. As his best buddy suddenly appears behind him.
I enjoyed Rank. Did you not like it?
Aggravated, he hisses to know what he wants. Can't he see he's busy? And about that, Bulma wanted him to say that he's a jerk for not being with them at the beach today. Vegeta does nothing more than scoff at this. But moving on, Goku thought it would be a good idea to have a little sparring session. However, his rival feels otherwise, chiding he's doing just fine on his own. Goku argues that he knows Vegeta wants to test that new strength of his. Why not now? The simple question causes the prince to relent, if only for getting Kakarot out of here sooner. Back with Beerus, familiar silhouette faces towards the destroyer, who explains that he knows that he has some history with these Saiyans. Their battle in particular interested him, which is why he had his servant Whis summon him here.
Whis himself has to admit that this plan is rather cruel, even by the destroyer's standards. Beerus merely utters that he's a god of destruction, not an angel. Destroyers can be cruel at times. Besides, he wants to see just how much power that boy is hiding. If he has potential anything like his father's, he needs to witness it. Unfortunately for him, this is the only way Beerus sees it coming to light. As we said before, his trigger seems to be the loss of life. So, show this man his target. The angel complies. Beerus then beckons, what was her name again?
Good luck, guys.
With minor hesitation, it's Fidel. A name that now rings a bell for the deity. The wife of the Saiyan Gohan. That is his target. The boy has grown quite strong since their last encounter, so Beerus has given his visitor here a portion of his own power. Just enough to overpower Gohan's current strength. But does he think he can handle it? Officially revealing Cell. He chortles, with pleasure. With that, Beerus instructs Whis to take him to Earth, who does so without complaint. Down. Whis laments that he's done what Lord Beerus has asked of him, and brought Cell to Earth. As he may have noticed, he himself isn't too fond of this plan, so he will not be assisting in finding Videl's location. Given his sadistic nature, the biodroid merely replies that he understands, likely happy to hunt her down from scratch. With this, the angel departs, leaving the rest to him. Cell grows an evil smirk as he focuses on his goal. He tells Gohan he's coming. Meanwhile, back with Goku and Vegeta, it appears the Saiyans have just finished with their sparring match. Stretching his arms, the latter told him he wouldn't regret a quick fight, who has to admit that Kakarot being here wasn't a complete waste. Which brings Goku to a big question. He inquires if it's cool for him to just crash here tonight. He'd really like to get a little sleep. But why? Is his wife mad at him or something? She's always mad at him for something, but that's not it. Either way, Vegeta doesn't care and the answer is no. But why not? Because he said no and it's his house. Prompting Goku to actually agree with Bulma from before. Vegeta can't be a big jerk sometimes. Who simply leans into the accusation and hopes the door hits him on the way out. As our hero closes the door to the gravity chamber, he runs into Bulma. She asks if Vegeta's in there, who comedically snorts, "Yeah, in there being a jerk." She smiles and figures Goku would know better than anyone by now. He tells her they just got finished sparring and they're both exhausted, so he's going to head home. But it was great seeing everyone at the beach today. With that, the two finish their pleasantries and head their respective ways. As he arrives in his front lawn, he yawns that he's ready to grab a shower and get some R&R. Bad news for him, Chi-Chi's already waiting for him at the front door and screams his name, causing him to sigh, "Here we go." Which doesn't make his situation any better. In the city, the Sun family arrives home with Krillin. Videl thanks him for tagging along, but it's late, so she's going to put Pan down for the night. Her husband asks her to give their daughter a kiss goodnight from him. Turning to Krillin, he questions what was it that made him tag along anyway. The truth is, it has to do with that mystic, or ultimate form of his. It's quite unique. He saw it during the tournament, and it was the first time he ever got to witness it up close and personal. Krillin was just wondering if maybe he could teach it to him. And that's all? Sure, that's no biggie. Though we shouldn't expect too much. Piccolo only helped him enough to be able to unlock it to get through the tournament. But Krillin believes it'll be plenty of help. Focusing. He taps into the form for a second. Just long enough for someone to sense his location. With a hue of pride, Gohan asks Krillin what he thinks, who believes his friend has come a long way. How about the two of them race back to his place? It'll be a great opportunity to test out that speed of his. They can get back in no time. An idea Gohan's totally down for. But of course, Krillin smirks that he gets a 10-second head start.
blasting off. The Saiyan gives him a fair countdown. As he leaves, he's completely unaware that his life is about to change forever. His wife, Videl, couldn't have asked for a better day. Though as she lies her head down for a nap, she can't help but wonder where Gohan went. 10 minutes go by before she hears a knock on the door. She figures that's probably him. Recognizing the monster all too well from his worldwide antics during the Cell games, she cries out, "This can't be! He's supposed to be dead!" With the others, Krillin laughs that even with a head start, Gohan still beat him here. But he guesses he shouldn't be surprised. And given Krillin was in a car, we shouldn't be either. Gohan assures this was fun and all, but it's late and he should be getting back home now. Turning around, he thinks to himself that he doesn't normally leave Pan and Videl alone at this hour. He should hurry. With Goku fresh out of the shower, he's ready to finally settle down for the night himself. But he can't shake this sudden, terrible feeling. Hopefully it's just the exhaustion. At Capsule Corp, Vegeta also gets the feeling something isn't right, though seeing his wife already fast asleep, he figures it's probably nothing. As Gohan makes his way into his home, he wonders why the front door's open. Upon calling out for Videl, there's no answer. He begins to grow concerned and calls out to her again. Dashing around, that's when he notices Pan is also missing. What's going on? When he hears the cries of his daughter. To his horror, Cell has taken them both. He snarls out to his executioner that he's grown. Gohan argues this is impossible. He killed him. And yet, here he is. As the monster's grip tightens around Fidel's neck, the Saiyan screams that he doesn't know how he's come back, but he's going to let his family go right now. With that condescending tone, the biodroid mocks that he's in no position to be making any demands. He takes this moment to go into a bit of a monologue. After he was obliterated by the Saiyan child, he had a lot of time to think when he was in hell on just how he would seek his revenge if ever given the chance. If he were ever able to escape his eternal prison. And out of nowhere, that very opportunity presented itself to him, one he couldn't simply pass up. Of course, he feels no obligation to go into any further detail, but he's sure he will find out more soon enough. His goal was to only kill Gohan until he learned he had a family. Then it hit him. Why not kill them all? As Fidel's consciousness begins to fade, with her final breath, she's able to whimper out that she loves her husband. As Cell ruthlessly kills her and tosses her body to Gohan's feet, he taunts him that he knows what he must be feeling right now. Anger, hate, frustration, but above all, helpless. Helpless that he could do nothing to save his wife. Now here he is, holding his child, a beautiful baby girl. He thought to himself, who could kill such an innocent child? With tears in his eyes, Gohan begs him not to do it. In the Highlands, Piccolo too wonders why he's sensing Cell's energy. There's no doubt that Gohan killed him during their battle years ago. It's impossible he'd be resurrected. Maybe these times of peace are beginning to play tricks on his mind. When his most recent energy blast settles it, Cell or something like him is definitely back. His ki isn't lost on Tien and Chaozu either, bringing back horrible memories of the chaos the android caused. The former tells his friend to stay put. He's going to check this out. And in town, Yamcha gets his grub on at a local restaurant. Scarfing away, the food here's amazing. He's definitely got to. His evening is also interrupted. The server takes notice of his demeanor and asks if he's okay, who does his best to play off the situation. With great timing, she hands him the check, to which he pulls out the first bill capable of covering it, telling her to keep the change. He too flies away to investigate what's going on, leaving her rather confused in the process. Finally, back around to Krillin. He tucks in his own daughter for the night. Going to the fridge, he pours himself a cup of tea, causing his wife to question when he's coming to bed, who promises soon, right after. Just like the others, Cell's ki rips through the turtle student like razors. As 18 asks what's wrong, he already knows it's Cell. He doesn't know how, but it's definitely his energy. Which is impossible. Gohan destroyed him ages ago. Krillin knows this, but there's no mistaking his ki. If it is him, the others have already sensed him by now too. He tells her to stay here and look after Marin. He wants to check this out, hoping he's wrong. 18 hopes the same, only pressing he be careful. With Whis peering in, he inquires if Beerus is satisfied with his plan so far. The Destroyer smacks his head in regret that he only told Cell to kill the wife, not the child as well. However, he should have known who they were dealing with. It's no surprise that the Cell creature has a personal vendetta against the Saiyans. Especially Gohan in particular, since he was the one who destroyed him. Goku, nor Gohan, will take this lightly should they find out about it. Beerus rolls his eyes at the Saiyans still don't even know that it was he who ordered Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta. They'll never find out about that, and they'll never find out about this either. He only hopes he's right. Something's confusing Beerus. He was told that Gohan gets his strength from the loss of life. Yet Cell just killed his wife and child and he does nothing while Cell laughs at him. The Angel assures that it's merely his mind processing what just happened. But while he's busy processing, Cell is surely going to attack. He better do something before he... As something catches both of their attention. With Cell back for revenge and instilled with the power of a god of destruction, how will Gohan handle the loss of his family? Does Cell even stand a chance? And has Beerus crossed the line of no return for our heroes? Heavy dark clouds begin to form overhead as lightning clashes through the sky. Even the earth itself starts to mimic the mood of this tragedy and the chaos that must be swelling within Gohan's mind. Cell once again inquires how it feels to be helpless and saving those he cares for. First his father, now his partner and child. Is there no end to his failure? All he had to do was the bare minimum in keeping his family alive. How pathetic. The Saiyan weeps as he clings to his wife's lifeless body. He did fail her. He failed her and Pan both.
You guys cooked.
Just as the others find their way to the battle. While sensing his arrival was one thing, it's a completely different story seeing this monster up close again. During their first meeting, he was a force of unprecedented might. What he is now doesn't even compare. He takes a sadistic satisfaction in seeing all the Z-Fighters once more. He chimes that it appears that only 2 are missing from the dear old gang, albeit the only 2 which matter, Goku and Vegeta. But something tells him they won't take long. While he does this, Piccolo runs over to fearfully question if he's too late, undoubtedly already able to sense the lack of a life force. This is Videl. And what about Pan? Where is she? Cell is happy to inform that she's dead too.
You monster! How can you kill a defenseless baby?
I'll admit it may have been a bit much, but it was the perfect way to get back at Gohan for destroying me. And I must say, it felt really good.
Finally becoming aware of what's going on, Goku shoots from his bed and senses that something's definitely happening with his son. His ki is going wild. Putting his fingers to his forehead, he knows he has to check it out. There's no way this could be good. And already sprinting towards his ki, Vegeta wonders why Gohan's power is rising like it is. It must have something to do with what he felt earlier. Something has to be going down. Arriving, Goku shouts to know what's happened to Videl, as a familiar timbre cackles.
Ah, Goku, how good of you to join us.
Like the others, he can't believe this is happening. How is he back? And where's his granddaughter? Struggling to accept it, Piccolo tries to explain what's happened. Pan, she's joyfully chiming in. Cell believes the word he's looking for is screaming out after him. Goku bellows that he doesn't care how or why he's back. All he knows is he's going to make him pay for the life he took from Videl, and most certainly the life he took from his granddaughter. As the Namekian offers to take Videl back to the guys, away from here, he apologizes to Gohan.
You guys won your match?
Attempts to likely suggest his son sit this one out.
You'll pay
stopping the half Saiyan with only one hand. How? There's no way he should be this powerful after all these years of being dead. The monster mockingly closes his eyes to enlighten our gang. He can easily see Gohan has gained some phenomenal strength since he himself has been away. However, he too has acquired some new power as well. As Gohan is one-shot into the mud, Goku rushes over to check on him. An ecstatic Cell screeches that this is what true power feels like. Unbeknownst to our heroes, Beerus has gifted him some of his own strength. Kneeling, the Saiyan inquires if his son's alright, but he's not conscious. Goku swears he's gonna make Cell pay for what he's done, both for his family and for himself. He steps over to the abomination, and Cell questions how the son of his is doing. From the looks of it, he appears to be taking a little nap. Better wake him before too long.
Guys.
He's going to miss out on all the fun. Before snipping that he's aware his old foe has reached new heights. Believe it or not, he's been filled in on quite a few things they've all been up to the last decade or so. Seems like you blink on this planet and it's unrecognizable. Either way, Cell wants to witness Goku's new summit firsthand. Going straight to blue, the android actually finds this quite impressive. But now it's his turn. Displaying a purple hue, likely to reflect the destroyer energy which now flows within his body. The villain chides that this is true power. Getting suspicious, Goku only knows one person, at least in this universe, who has this kind of power. But how in the world could it have any relevance to Cell himself? This is all profoundly bizarre. His adversary scoffs, that's enough talk. He's waited longer than the Saiyan can imagine for this. It's time for the rematch to commence. With the deities, Beerus grumbles that this isn't what was supposed to happen. He's already well aware of what that idiot can do, more than he'd even like to know. Though Whis questions how he thought this would unravel. Did he really think Goku would sit by and do nothing? Gohan getting knocked out in one hit didn't exactly leave much room for anything else. Of course, he was hoping that his son would have retaliated. He wanted him to tap into that so-called hidden power the angel spoke of before. Instead, the opposite happened. Cell dealt with him with ease. This might be true, but it's not over yet. It's very likely things may change as the fight goes on. After all, when's the last time they witnessed a battle simply progress from A to B? But it must be said, however, Beerus should remember that this was his idea, and he himself just assumed things would go according to plan. Yet that poor baby named Panda.
Man, I'm stuck 7 out of 8 right now.
For the destroyer to play things fast and loose.
Hopefully I find a match soon.
This may have been a grave
Good luck on your
misstep.
next match.
Who himself admits that casually in particular is quite unfortunate. Even he has pity for an infant. And it is true that all of this was his own doing. So how about this? Should things get too out of hand, he will intervene. There's no need for the Earthlings to suffer much more because of this. Although this somewhat pleases Whis, the god continues. Speaking of things getting out of hand, it looks like Goku's having some trouble with Cell. It's as if Cell's learning to control what little portion of power he gave him. Actually, he somehow multiplied it. The angel goes on with some insight. This Cell character was created from the genes of Goku and Vegeta, not to mention several others. But when those two in particular reach a new level, they do everything they can to master it as soon as possible. That would explain Cell's ability to control the power Beerus gave him. In all reality,
we found a match.
the Earthlings
Just
are
in
quite
2 minutes.
fortunate they were able to defeat him so swiftly the first time he came around. Had things gone even slightly differently, the planet could have easily been conquered by Dr. Gero if given a little more time. A fact the god doesn't appear to have considered before, leaving us to question, how fast would Goku or Vegeta progress if given a Hakaishin power-up? Catching his balance, Goku already knows this isn't good. His power is just too much. And to make matters worse, he's still totally depleted from sparring with Vegeta and isn't anywhere near 100%. If he was, this would still be a pretty tough challenge. His enemy quips to know what's the matter. He hopes he doesn't plan on quitting like he did last time. After all, this isn't a tournament, it's revenge. Krillin checks to make sure if everyone else is seeing this too. Goku is having trouble with Cell and it's like he hasn't even broken a sweat. This battle isn't going the way it should be. Tien brings up Goku's
set a super time machine,
Last
as
person
well as a
already.
crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Flying Nimbus!
Great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Where am I? This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
You're my savior.
Someone save me! I bet you're pretty tough, don't you? Thanks.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Great! You know what to do with that key.
Flying Nimbus! What's the big idea?
How was it gone in there?
That kind of tick.
Thanks.
Holy hell.
I bet you're pretty tough, don't you?
Thank you. Thank you.
Here comes the pain! Pretty tough, don't you?
Well, well. Looks like you've been expecting this. A decent plan. Hope it works out for you.
Flying Nimbus!
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
If that's your limit, then you're more disappointing than I thought. Oh, where did all that bravado go? Trying to figure out how to escape. Very well, then. We'll finish this little playtime you were speaking of.
Flying Nimbus!
Oh, where did all that bravado go? Trying to figure out how to escape.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
A decent plan. Hope it works out for you.
Anyone out there?
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Get out! A decent plan. Hope it works out for you.
You're a savior.
Flying Nimbus!
Holy hell. Well, looks like you've been expecting this.
Yeah, this match, we lost this match. I'm just gonna fight this guy and call it a day.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick!
A decent plan.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Holy hell. Well, looks like you've been expecting this. Oh, man.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Bro, where's this last brawl?
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
If that's your limit, then you're more disappointing than I thought. A decent plan. Hope it works out for you. Come forth, Shinron!
Now, state your wish. Consider it done.
Ah! Well, looks like you've been expecting this. little playtime.
Oh, man.
Flying Nimbus!
The startup system's destroyed.
Say goodbye! Burst open and mix!
The escape time machine's almost crashed. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Holy hell. You're done! Kamehameha! 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 Help! Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Here comes the pain! Kamehameha! You! Kamehameha!
Bro, I was close. This guy almost sold. I should have never got rid of the fucking sword. I had the sword and I dropped it.
New form from the Tournament of Power. Why doesn't he just use that? If the gods applauded him for achieving something even they themselves couldn't, Goku should be able to take out Cell with no problem. Piccolo agrees, but the only problem is that Goku hasn't mastered it yet. He may have reached the highest form of Ultra Instinct, but he can't tap into it at will. Even Cell notices that Goku's running out of gas. He offers to make it easy on the Saiyan and simply end it right now. Although he knows he doesn't have much energy left, Goku figures he'll put the rest of what remains into his next attack. Kaioken! As our hero utilizes the Kaioken, the android is curious what he plans on doing with this dying gasp.
Take this!
Give me your best shot, Goku. No, not again!
Hitting Cell with the same instant transmission Kamehameha combo as he did during the Cell games. He has to be obliterated. The others also wonder if that did it. Is it over? Or at least did it do some damage? But neither. The invader was able to block the attack with a key shield. Cell cackles if Goku really thought he'd fall for that same little trick again. For shame. This tracks back to what Whis was saying about how Cell is made from the same genes as Goku and Vegeta. If either one of them would likely adapt, so would the android. As our hero tries to power up another Kaioken, his body gives out. His training from only a couple hours ago took too much out of him. He's not prepared for a battle like this so soon. The android laughs that he put up a good fight as he did before. But once again, he loses. Now it's time to put him down for good. Defenseless, Goku wonders what he can do. He's in some real trouble. What? Just as he did against a lesser android. And Frieza. And Zamasu. Vegeta intervenes at the last moment to save Goku. He condemns his rival that you'd think after the Tournament of Power, he would have been able to handle this. Who figures, yeah, he screwed this one up. The prince smirks that Kakarot may have never defeated a god. But he has, clearly signifying he very much so recognizes this energy source. And so was wondering when he'd show up. Who scoffs, almost rhetorically, asking how he's come back. Last time they saw him, Gohan blasted him into oblivion. Furthermore, how did he obtain this new power of his? There's only one person in this universe with ki like his, echoing back to Goku's thoughts from before. Silent, likely under the threat of Beerus. Vegeta figures if he has no answer, that's fine too. This little reunion is going to be rather short-lived. Which is a rather bold statement coming from Vegeta of all fighters. However, Cell is intrigued to see how far he's come in all this time. Finally speaking up, Goku thanks his rival for the save, but they both know that neither one of them is at 100%. Who brushes this off as predicted, while Cell is ready to begin as soon as possible. The prince knows Kakarot's right. He doesn't have any energy to waste, so he's going to give it everything he's got right now. Without facing him, he instructs Goku to inform the others that he will handle this. And since there's little choice otherwise, our hero heads back to the sidelines to join his friends, wishing him luck. Sporting that never-ending confidence, the android quips if Goku couldn't defeat him, what chance does he hope to have? Last time they met, he couldn't even lay a finger on him. Little known, Vegeta indeed has something Goku does not, and his days of always being a full step behind from his rival are long over. Staring on, the villain admits that his foe isn't as weak as he once was. This is quite the power boost. As we lay eyes on Super Saiyan Blue evolved, the form he unlocked during the Tournament of Power. The prince scowls for him to save it. He doesn't need his pity verifications, and isn't seeking this fool's approval. Either way, Cell again asks if he's ready to commence. As Vegeta takes an early advantage, he ridicules what's the matter? Is the android having trouble keeping up? Who admits that the second Thought Saiyan is putting up a much better fight than Goku did.
Move yourself from my sight. Compared to me, you're nothing but an annoyance.
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Oh no!
You found a power key. Go slot it. That's a new power key. Place it now. That's a new power key. Place it now.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I'm putting you out of your misery right now.
I knew you were coming there. That's why I did not drop down.
Stay calm.
Get off! Thanks!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Someone! Please, save me!
Flying Nimbus! Flying Nimbus!
I need help.
Well done. Thank you. Close.
Oh, man.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Now, it's within my grasp to carry out my mission to Toppleize the entire universe! The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Don't worry, I'll make the pain stop. Before you die, allow me to show you what a fully evolved Toppo is truly capable of.
I've included some ultra-defined water with the supplies. It should purify any abnormalities in the body.
You're good to go.
I owe you one.
Flying Nimbus! Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Now then.
Baby, my lord, accept this and rise again!
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system's destroyed. Time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again.
close! We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Here comes the master.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Good game, homie. GG's.
Now then. Well then, how about we finally get serious about this, hmm?
He already seems to be slowing down. He's got to finish this now. Giving it everything he's got. He takes the same strategy as Goku and puts all of his ki into a single blast. A cell shield begins to crack. He's doing it, but can he finish him off? Even Cell himself begins to grow a bit worried. But out of strength, the prince is unable to push through. Leaving both Goku and Vegeta completely drained of energy. The monster chortles, that last attack was quite dramatic, doesn't he think? For a second, he was actually worried. Goku rejoins his ally to see if he's okay, who's mostly only focused on the fact that he almost had him. Just a little more and all this nonsense would have been over. As above, Cell continues with his vile nature. He narrates that both Goku and Vegeta have failed. How should he dispose of them? Without any other option, Goku asks if there's any way he'd be willing to do the fusion dance. But even if they were given the opportunity, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Gogeta also likely wouldn't have much strength left himself anyway. Piccolo shouts for everyone to listen up. They might have to step in to offer aid to the two of them. But aid them? How? Tien doesn't believe their power would have any effect on him. Krillin seconds this. But they can't just stand here and watch him die. When we return to Gohan, still lying unconscious on the ground, he has a vision of his loving wife cheerfully nudging him to wake up. With Cell putting our greatest heroes on the ropes, will Gohan wake up and unleash the power Whis believes he's capable of? Or has this just been one giant misstep by Beerus? Looking on, Beerus comments on how both Saiyans have failed to bring down Cell. He says this almost apathetically, or as if he never considered this being an outcome. Whis says that it looked like Vegeto's on the verge of a breakthrough. He nearly finished the job. That was only the case until he gassed himself out. It's unfortunate, but he has to admit that he's glad to see they've both been defeated. Now maybe they'll finally get to see what they've been waiting for in Gohan. Speaking of whom, it seems he has at last regained consciousness and is starting to move. And it's about time. The Destroyer ushers Whis to take them both to Earth. He wants to have a front row seat for this power he's spoken so highly of. The perfect life form continues to mock him, jostling that two of the Earth's greatest heroes, helpless to defend their planet. Turning to Vegeta, Goku shouts that they have to think of something fast, though he's equally at a loss. Piccolo removes his cloak, exclaiming, "That's it. He doesn't care if he dies. He already failed to protect Videl and Pan. He refuses to just stand here and watch Goku and Vegeta get killed too." As the Namekian touches down, Cell is so glad he decided to join him. This makes things a little more interesting, even if only minutely so. Our greatest hero isn't sure this is such a great idea though. Cell's too powerful for the two of them in their current state. He doesn't believe Piccolo will stand any chance whatsoever. But if the two of them die, they'll just destroy the planet anyway, so it's not like he has anything to lose. Which couldn't be more true. Although Vegeta doesn't know about the two of them. But he doesn't have any intention of dying today.
Agreed!
The humans stand by, uncertain what to do. They might have beefed up a little bit for the Tournament of Power, but if Goku can't even touch them, what chance do they have? Even if this was the old Cell, it probably wouldn't be good. Just like Piccolo, Tien reminds they might not be able to do much, but if they fail, they're dead anyway. He says they join in and see what happens. Beats uselessly standing around. Getting himself hyped, Krillin agrees. He's gonna go out. He wants to go knowing he at least tried to do something, inquiring if Yamcha's in too. He cracks his knuckles and smiles like he was just enjoying a great dinner before all this started. If that's his last meal, so be it. With the plan agreed upon, the gang moves out.
Is this the best you three have to offer? What? I see. Everyone wants to get involved now. No matter. I'll dispose of all of you at once!
After this attack, our heroes are rendered immobile. Cell grinds out to know where they were before they were so rudely interrupted. That's right, he was thinking of just how he was going to get rid of the two of Goku and Vegeta. He wanted to take his time, but he thinks he'll just destroy the entire planet now. But one hope still remains as Gohan calmly walks onto the battlefield. Cell cackles.
Look who decided to wake up from his little nap.
Furious. He tells Cell that all he ever wanted was to live a normal life, do normal things, live peacefully like so many millions of others on this planet, and get to live his own life on his own terms. But ever since he was a child, something or someone was always taken from him by someone who felt so entitled. And now somehow, he's come back and taken his family from him. Beerus smirks that it seems they've arrived right on time. Looks like they're going to get their front row seat after all. Calling out for both he and Whis. Goku asks what they're doing here. Looking on with excitement, the Destroyer must say this is quite an impressive transformation. It seems his assistant was right about Gohan. Perhaps he has the potential to not live forever in his father's shadow. He has devastating power locked away. It just needs a window which to escape. The Angel's glad that he's taken a liking to this new form. It is quite a power-up for the young Saiyan. His only concern is that since Gohan hasn't had proper training in a while, there's no telling how long his body can sustain such strength. He could easily hit his limit before this fight reaches its natural conclusion, or it's entirely possible he could simply destroy his body. As the battle rages on, this is something they'll find out soon enough. Relishing at the moment, the android has waited a long time for this. All this time he's been toiling away in hell, fantasizing about this exact scenario. As Gohan shouts, he will win! He will make him suffer!
Come then.
Hopefully this hubris doesn't come back to bite him like it did the first time around when he was a child.
What?
With this most recent power-up, Gohan appears to be overwhelming his adversary. Beerus joyfully mutters that this boy is special. Whis agrees, and given their state, he takes it upon himself to heal the Saiyans. Now that they're back in working order, they have to go help Gohan, causing the Destroyer to interject that they will do no such thing. But what does he mean? His son needs him. Beerus remains firm on this. Gohan will fight Cell alone. Does he understand?
Impressive, Gohan! But it won't be enough to beat me!
The back and forth of the battle continues. Goku calls out for his child and doesn't understand the god's logic. Why won't he let him join the fight? This isn't some training session. This is a matter of the sake of the Earth. Both he and Vegeta could take Cell out now that they're at full power. And he dares to mention that he thinks he already knows why he won't give him an answer. When Cell transformed and showed off his new god power, Saiyan knew there was only one person who had that kind of key. It was instantly obvious, actually. And that person is Lord Beerus, and Lord Beerus alone. His daughter-in-law and granddaughter were both killed. Did he have anything to do with this? The pompous god he is, Beerus simply ignores Goku's yelling and keeps his eyes elsewhere. That's when Cell takes notice of all the commotion. He wonders what the two of them are doing here. Still in silence. The android knows he won't be able to handle both Goku and Vegeta with their renewed strength. Something has to be done about them, or this will quickly get out of hand and he'll miss his opportunity. Shockingly, Beerus turns to explain to them. The truth is, before Cell interrupts them, bellowing that he doesn't know how they got back on their feet. But they won't stop him from exacting his revenge on Gohan. Only in his base form, Goku calls for everyone to look out. Satisfied with this surprise attack, the monster believes that he surely got them all with that. Though his wording is peculiar here. You were only trying to kill Goku and Vegeta. Wouldn't he say both and not all? Wait. We see from a distance the group is fine. A shield of energy radiates around them, protecting its inhabitants from the blast. Not only this, but Cell's actions have caused the real god of destruction to grow a bit nettled. Cell interrupted him as he was speaking. His eyes glow as he scowls. That was rather rude of him. Getting in his face, Beerus knew from the start that he needed to tread carefully in reviving him. He's well aware of his narcissistic sadism. Now, he believes that wielding the power of a god has gone to his foolish head. Does he need to be reminded who it was who gifted him these powers? A statement that one of our heroes is equipped to hear in full clarity. Cell merely stares back at him in fear and frustration, as his silence speaks louder than words. The Destroyer scoffs that he didn't think so. This power can be taken away as easily as it was given to him. He has no idea the gap which separates the two of them. And if he steps out of line again, it'll be the last time. Almost as a prod, Goku wonders aloud what the two could be talking about. Of course, Piccolo knows exactly what's been said. Vegeta prompts him to speak up. What are they saying? With brief hesitation, he thinks they should ask him themselves, although Goku in particular isn't going to like it. Who already kind of figured that. This leads us to wonder how his and Beerus' dynamic will change. Who goes on that from this point forward, Cell's only concern is Gohan. That's the reason for all of this. He already informed Goku and Vegeta that they nor anyone else is to interfere in this fight. The android finally responds to admit that's quite generous of him. However, he might be thinking too highly of Gohan. It's already been put down twice now. Wasn't this the same arrogance which got Cell killed in the first fight? Quite frankly, it's starting to become annoying. The god begins to think that perhaps he made a mistake in resurrecting him, and he should put him down permanently himself. As Gohan
Gohan comes blasting out of the rubble. He screams to Beerus that Cell is his. His alone. With this, the Destroyer takes his leave and bids Cell good luck. Who doesn't think he'll really need it? Making the most out of his second win. Beerus is overjoyed. This fight is very entertaining and he's amazed at seeing what Gohan can do. Had he exhibited this prowess during the tournament, things might have been a lot easier. He then turns his focus to Goku. He scolds that he failed to inform him how strong and talented his son was. Who argues that he always knew he was strong, but he also always needed a push to get to the next level. Not to mention he hates fighting, something he himself didn't realize until his fight with Cell the first time. Being transparent, the god then comments on how that brings him back to why he and Whis are here. The Saiyan asked if he was involved in Cell's resurgence. He directly states that was indeed his question. And the truth is, this whole thing was his idea. So this means he's responsible for what happened to Videl and Pan? Beerus smugly takes credit for Videl, but there was never any intention of killing the child. That one's on Cell. Whis has to reveal that he too played a part in this as well. When Lord Beerus awoke from his slumber, he spoke of how excited and happy he was that their universe won the Tournament of Power, and how intrigued he was with how strong he and Vegeta had become. It was at that point he informed the Destroyer of his son, Gohan, and that he once surpassed him when he was just a boy. Whis told him that the loss of life was a strong motivator in unlocking Gohan's power. Deity chimes back in. That's when he decided to bring Cell back. He hired him to kill Videl, and gave him a portion of his new power to push Gohan to a new level. But he didn't anticipate killing the infant. For that, he is sorry and will offer his apologies. But an apology? Apologies won't bring back Videl and Pan. Which is why Whis took the liberty of locating all the Dragon Balls, but they can be wished back once this is all done. However, that still doesn't excuse their actions. After everything they did to win the tournament and keep their universe from being erased, he goes and pulls a stunt like this? When Vegeta shouts to get his attention, asking what he wants. The prince understands his anger, but he needs to see the bigger picture. Bigger picture? What does he mean by that? He tells him to just look at his son. He's going up against Cell with god power. When was the last time he showed any sign of Saiyan pride other than the tournament? Even then, he preferred his human side more. He was weak and becoming weaker, completely neglected his training. Lord Beerus' methods may have been extreme, but he can see plain as day that the results don't lie. His son has reached a new level that he never thought he would. And that's when it hits Goku. His new level really is phenomenal. Beerus adding that was the purpose. Had it not been for him, Gohan would still be a weak little schoolboy. A Saiyan must embrace his heritage, otherwise he'll be next to useless in battle. Whis can tell that he's still quite uncomfortable with his entire situation. And of course he is. Pan was just a baby. Again, Beerus reminds her death was not intended or anticipated. They will both be wished back and returned as soon as this ordeal is over. Goku lets it be known that he is grateful they gathered the Dragon Balls for him, but no child should ever have to go through that. Having had it with his arguing, Vegeta again calls out to his rival. They can't change what happened. All they can do is move on and wish him back. But just try telling that to Gohan. He doesn't know how he's going to react when he finds out about this. Which even Whis thinks is a good point. But while Beerus says that he's aware he'll be angry, they will cross that bridge when they come to it. With the rematch between Gohan and Cell heating up, just how much longer can Gohan's body hold out in this new form? And will he forever hold a grudge against Beerus for doing what he's done? Or find a way to forgive him? As Gohan attacks Cell in a fit of rage, the monster remarks that he's impressed by what he sees. Cell grabs him, giving him a big hug as he adds insult to injury, citing he's the same helpless boy from before. But this time, his father can't help him. Whis comments that things aren't looking good for our hero. Beerus agrees. He needs to think of something fast. Krillin is shocked by the crazy situation, as Piccolo worries for his favorite student.
Goku once again shows faith in his son, remarking that he knows how to get the job done, and his training isn't something that's easily forgotten. Cell urges Gohan to give up, mentioning reuniting with his family in death as a cruel motivator to surrender. Cell reminds him of the day he crushed Android 16, and advises he listen to that cretin again after all these years. Let it go, attempting to completely demoralize him. Gohan responds with a massive headbutt as Cell's plan painfully backfires. Krillin is delighted to see his ally free of the villain's torment. Beerus, seeing the massive impact, is confident that Cell is experiencing some intense pain, so he smiles at the turn of events. Goku thinks now's your chance. That's it, Gohan! But our protagonist seems short of breath. Take this! He draws back and launches a barrage of energy attacks towards his enemy. Cell is visibly stunned by his power as the blasts make contact. A cloud of debris forms on impact. Gohan reaches through the smoke, shocking Cell as he grabs him by the throat. He struggles for air as Beerus observes the shifting tides of battle. The Saiyan angrily questions Cell about the familiarity of the situation, as he utters, "This is exactly how you had Videl before you broke her neck."
I told you, I'd make you suffer for that!
As he buries his fist into his body, losing himself to his emotions, he summons the memory of everyone suffering due to Cell's wrath. Android 16. Trunks. His father. Videl, his daughter Pan. Piccolo and Yamcha are shocked at their friend's brutality. They haven't seen him like this since he became a Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's visibly frustrated. He reminisces on how unbelievable it was for him to ascend to that level at such a young age. Beerus is surprised to hear this fighter was such a brute as a child, but Goku reassures he was a brutal warrior as a boy that day. Goku remarks on how his son's power really went to his head back then, and unfortunately, that may be what's happening now. Vegeta says back then, he showed signs of the true savage nature of the Saiyans. As Beerus' eyes glow with excitement. I see, he utters in delight. Cell grows frustrated as he suffers the pain from Gohan's blow. Who, consumed by rage, asks him if he feels helpless as he revels in his vengeance. Biodroid coughs off blood as he says to the warrior in front of him,
So that's confidence I remember. And it was the same overconfidence that left you helpless with one arm! Solar Flare!
Suddenly, he blinds Gohan using a surprise solar flare. Goku looks upon the battle with concern.
Oh no! Gohan got caught by the solar flare!
Krillin is understandably worried. Beerus, however, is pleased by this effective strategy. Cell's power as a destroyer creates a purple hue as his aura shines on our heroes. He reassures him that if he desperately wants to be reunited with his family, he can help him do just that, along with the rest of the planet. Our heroes show concern one by one as the battle seems to be coming to a destructive end.
Guys, this is crazy! It's too much!
Krillin's right. This is getting out of control.
But there's nothing we can do.
He's right. Vegeta is stunned by the sight of such destructive power. Goku reassures everyone they don't have to do anything. He has faith in his son just like he did back before. He will overcome this and defeat Cell. Beerus waits to see the result of this confrontation, to see if Gohan truly has what it takes. Cell assures that he will soon be with his family. But Gohan can't allow Cell's destructive power to consume the Earth. The villain revels in the idea of finally having his vengeance, finally ridding himself of this planet which has plagued his mind for so long. promises this is the end as he orders him to accept his death.
Now die!
Gohan fires a massive Kamehameha cell. A cell's pure destruction power collides with Gohan's energy. Whis shows concern, remarking that Gohan may not be able to handle a blast of this magnitude for long. This may be the boy's greatest challenge yet. Beerus agrees. Piccolo is also worried. Goku shows faith in his son and remarks, "Come on, son, you can do it! I believe in you!" Cell attempts to dishearten Gohan by summoning the failures of his past, citing that he failed Android 16, Trunks, his father, and now his wife and child. He urges Gohan to just give up, who thinks of everyone he has let down, viciously telling himself that he has been a failure, even to Videl and Pan. He vows never again as power surges through his body.
What? No! This isn't possible!
As he confidently destroys Cell for the sake of everyone on Earth. Our hero's Kamehameha reaches the heavens. Goku's overjoyed to see his son has defeated a god. Beerus remarks that technically speaking, Gohan did in fact accomplish just that. As Vegeta, in typical fashion, points out to Goku that's something he has yet to accomplish. As he falls to his knees, despite everyone's delight, Gohan shrieks in agony and apologizes to Pan and Videl. The next day, the Dragon Balls are gathered as promised by the Angel and Lord Beerus. Goku thanks him as they prepare to summon Shenron. He asks Gohan if he's ready, and of course he is, as ready as ever. So Goku calls out for the dragon. Shenron is summoned and introduces himself formally. Goku wishes to resurrect Gohan's beautiful wife and daughter. Shenron assures everyone that the wish has been granted, as he disappears into another realm. Gohan rushes home looking for his loved ones, to find his dream life is no longer a nightmare. As he's reunited with his family, he apologizes as Videl reassures him everything's fine. They're home now. Whis begs the question, "Are you satisfied with the result, my lord?" Beerus is more than satisfied. Gohan showed traits of a true warrior. There's no telling how much power he has locked away. Who, still worried about the possible endangerment of his loved ones, asks Goku to sit with Videl and Pan as he approaches the destroyer. Gohan says he knows how Cell was brought back. He admits to him that what he has heard is the truth. However, before he can finish, Gohan interrupts that he wasn't done. Whis is alarmed as the god tells Gohan he just had his family returned to him, and he shouldn't ruin it. The Half-Saiyan announces that he may not agree with Beerus' methods, but from this point on, his family's protection comes first, which means he has a lot of work to do on himself. He knows now that he's no match for him at his current level, but if Beerus were to harm his family again, his new life's sole purpose would be to take him down. The Destroyer comments on his admiration for Gohan. Everyone's surprised. He asks the Angel to train him, and Whis quickly agrees. After his intense battle with Cell and experiencing the loss of his family, Gohan realized that he must sacrifice his studies and dreams of becoming a scholar, or rather remaining a scholar, to focus more on getting stronger for the sake of his family. This fight has proven that whether he cares for combat or not, fate has placed him in a position where he must set his own feelings aside. As such, he departed with Whis and Beerus to train on their world, leaving behind his wife and child for the greater good. There, he will undergo the same practices which caused his father and Vegeta to ascend to levels unimaginable. After only a few months of training, Whis and Beerus notice how fast Gohan's power has accelerated, thus intriguing Beerus even further. It would seem the rumors regarding the potential of the Saiyan aren't misplaced. He truly is something special. Sparring with Whis. The Angel instructs him not to forget what he's been taught. which is that he must strike with a calm mind instead of emotion, the very thing which boosts his power. He can have all the muscles in the world, but it's pointless if he allows his emotions to consume him. Then things like anger and confusion will take over, and his opponent can take advantage of that, causing him to inevitably be defeated. Exactly the answer his teacher was looking for, bringing them to the conclusion of today's training. The pair tap down as Beerus chimes that Gohan is catching on rather quickly. However, there still appears to be an aura of hostility between the two. The Saiyan does thank him for the compliment, albeit through gritted teeth. Whis points out this tension. After all, what's to be expected after what transpired on Earth? The god relents that it's understandable.
Alright guys, we found a Raider
Although
match. Just
he
started
has
2
already
minutes.
apologized and his family is alive and well. He knows Gohan is smart enough to not let a little tension change this. Frustrated at the audacity, but not wanting to escalate things, Gohan merely utters, "Of course not." Which is what Beerus thought. Alas, the Saiyan decides if it's alright with Whis, he plans to go meditate for a while. The angel doesn't protest. And back home, Piccolo does his usual Piccolo things. He can't help but lament that if only he had gotten there a little sooner, he could have done something. The horrors of events prior haunt him, the emotion that overwhelmed him at the loss of Pan, and his family being put through such terrible things. If he had been there, then maybe, just maybe, he could have prevented Videl and Pan from dying. The Namekian's tired of feeling useless. Whenever he had to get stronger, he was only able to do so through fusion. First, it was with Nail in an attempt to defeat Frieza. Then it was Kami. We glance back to those events. But no more. He may not be a Saiyan, and will never be able to catch up to Goku or Vegeta. But he will find a way to increase his strength without having to rely on anyone. There will come another time where he's needed, and when that time comes, he'll be ready. First, he thinks it's time for another session in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Soil here looks perfect. Throw in some Cybermen. Make them suffer, Cybermen. I need help! Looks like you and me are thinking the same thing, Vegeta. You don't seem to get how truly scary I am. Is that your plan? Let's go! Get how truly scary I am.
Really gonna do this?
don't you? So,
Where am I?
who wants to die first?
Nappa, that's enough! I'll take care of them!
Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools! Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools! What a bunch of wimps. Go now! Sniff out those fools! I can't do this! No! Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools! Prepare yourself! Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools! Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools! I'll take over.
about those fools! Say goodbye! Burst open and mix!
As he blasts away to better himself, we rejoin Gohan, already in the middle of his meditation. Beerus comments how he's grown quite strong in his little time here. Whis agrees. In fact, he progresses at a rate even faster than Goku or Vegeta, a very impressive feat. That's when the Destroyer gets an idea. He commands him to bring Goku here. He wants him to compare the two and see where Gohan really stands. The angel agrees to do so with a smile on his face. With Goku, the grandpa happily enjoys his time with Pan and Videl. Though something abruptly catches his attention. As Whis enters the room with no inhibitions, he offers his greetings to all present. Videl turns to him and says hi in return. Our hero is curious how Gohan's training is coming along, which is exactly the reason why he's here. By the wishes of Lord Beerus, he would like Goku to return with him to examine his current strength, when compared to his. Enough to catch the attention of the Saiyan. Although that does really sound fun. Does he really think his new strength can match Super Saiyan Blue? It hasn't been too long since he left. It's an awfully big stretch to think he already caught up. And be that as it may, Whis believes he will be surprised. Also, He doesn't think they should keep Lord Beerus waiting too long. They all know how impatient he can be. Which is true. Figuring whatever, they can go. But before they take off, Vidal reminds Goku to come back and let her know how her husband's doing and how much progress he's made. Who wouldn't dream of leaving her high and dry? The pair make their way to their destination in no time. The angel alerts that he's returned with the Saiyan as requested. Goku offers them the casual salutations. But the destroyer doesn't want to hear it. What took him so long to get here? Causing Goku to instead offer his befuddled apologies. Beerus explains that the reason he's called him here is to. Cutting him off, Goku finishes his sentence. To compare Gohan's new strength to his own. Whis already told him. And that's correct. Sorry to disturb his meditation. The angel brings it to Gohan's attention that his participation is required for a moment. Sensing his father's arrival, and able to make the obvious assumption, he beckons that Beerus would like to compare his strength to that of his dad's, to see where he currently stands. As this is confirmed, Gohan is happy to oblige. With the sun approaching, Goku can already tell how much different this Gohan is versus the one who left a while ago. This should be good. First, he's just happy to see his dad. Being alone here without his family has been something else. Goku's happy to see him too. Asking if he's been made aware of why he himself is here. And if so, does he think he's ready? With confidence, Gohan announces that he is. Goku powers up, shouting that they begin. Now controlling his previous enraged mystic, or enraged ultimate form, Gohan makes it known to all, though possibly mostly to himself, that he has at long last ascended. This is evolved mystic. His father is immensely proud of him. He's improved so much in so little time. He's gonna hold his own a lot better than the last time they sparred. Gohan smirks, not only that, but he's gonna beat him. Goku presses if that is the case, then he better give it everything he's got. I plan to! Meanwhile, aboard a particular spaceship, Sorbet makes his return, apparently resurrected from Earth. He questions his leader if he'd like to plot a course for said planet. Frieza scowls at the thought of those Saiyans. He may have fought alongside of them to secure the safety of this universe, but only because it belongs to him. It is still his to rule. As a shadowy figure pans into the scene, with a familiar timbre, he chortles that it seems Frieza has had a little trouble since he's been away. Though the Emperor is not asking for his help, nor for his opinion on the matter. The figure replies that he may not request it, but they both know he needs it. Revealing Cooler, who comments that based on all the information he's been given, Frieza has failed to kill these Saiyans on multiple occasions, so it might be time for a different approach. With the reemergence or even reimagining of Cooler, what exactly could he have in mind? Even if he's able to match his brother in terms of strength, would they even have a chance against Goku? Let alone the combination of Goku, Vegeta, and now Gohan. Meanwhile, back on Beerus' planet, our young half-Saiyan warrior is sparring against his father. Possessing newfound power, he seems to be going toe-to-toe with his dad, even in Super Saiyan Blue. Goku's happy to see Gohan has grown so much stronger in so little time. However, before he can finish telling him, he's interrupted by a vicious knee to the gut, painfully making him aware he should be on his guard. Gohan knows that smirk all too well. Let me guess, you're smiling because you're excited. Am I right? He asks. I sure am, Goku responds. Our young warrior notices that his attacks didn't seem to faze his father. Or maybe he's just too excited to notice. Whis can see that Goku's about to take this fight more seriously. As Beerus mentions that, much to his disdain, the Saiyan does tend to hold back. His hypocrisy in full view as a reflex on his first fight with Goku. Beerus admitted to our hero that he wasn't even close to using his full power, leaving Goku to swiftly let him know he was only going about 80% himself. The
Destroyer God quickly showed him that holding back against him was a great way to make him angry, as steam shot from his ears. He nearly ate the mortal alive for holding back his full strength. Whis, perceptive as always, knows the truth. Goku's just testing Gohan's new power. Annoyed and irritated, Beerus demands he stop toying with Gohan. The young warrior's concerned as he asks, has his dad really just been playing games? The Saiyan assures to his child that his foe is exaggerating. He was just feeling him out. But now, since Beerus wants him to go all out, and seeing himself in his son, assumes he wants that too. Gohan notices his father's stance. It's the same one he used against Cell. Now he has no doubt that his father's ready to give it his all. Goku's quick to tell his son, however, he doesn't think he's prepared for the Kaioken technique. So Goku announces Super Saiyan Blue full power as Gohan's next challenge. Father and son are warriors. Power up to their max as their auras collide. Beerus is excited for some real entertainment, as Whis prepares to see how far Gohan has come. Meanwhile, drifting through space, Frieza orders a henchman to set a course for Earth. But before it can be done, his elder shoots down the command. Sir? Detesting this mutiny as he snarls at his brother. This is his ship, and his crew only takes orders from he, and he alone. Cooler slights his sibling, mocking if he only wants to rush to his death. By all means, he's welcome to set a course for his own demise. Sir? As confused as ever, the crew doesn't know what to do. Frieza orders his underlings to leave him to his kin. Unit scurries away in fear. The leader of the, maybe still armored squadron, has been made aware his little brother achieved a new shiny golden form. Frieza goes on to tell his older brother that when he was resurrected, he was forced to train for the first time in his life, which indeed led to such a form. Cooler scoffs as he says, "Let me guess. As soon as you achieved your golden form, you rushed to Earth to fight them, didn't you?" Showing his experience, he tells him he should have learned to regulate his power before he rushed off for revenge. He can see in his face this is exactly what he did. What a shame. He tells his brother to summon his minion and set a course for, quote, that distant planet. Upon being asked what for, he's told it's time for training. Not that he himself will need it, but Cooler knows his brother will.
We got failed to connect, remember?
Insulted, the Emperor makes his brother aware that a lot has happened since he hasn't been around. He shouldn't act so confident like he's the stronger of the two of them. Though, the other Arcosian retains his cocky nature, excited to find out one way or another. Let's begin! Back on Beerus' homeworld, an explosive father-son battle has begun. As it rages on, Gohan cracks Goku's skull with a vicious headbutt. Whis takes notice of Gohan's ferocity, as Beerus comments he felt that one from all the way over here, despite not actually being in the battle. Gohan's short time training with them has definitely paid off. The Destroyer's quick to interject that Goku isn't finished. But Whis knows never to count the legendary Saiyan out. Goku compliments his son on his moves. He's very impressed. He wants to know if he's ready for the Kaioken technique. But his dad is quick to let him know he's not quite there yet. Our young hero seems annoyed, as his father reassures him not to worry. He's about to take things up a notch or two. As Goku raises his energy again, he chortles to his son. Let's see how you can handle this. Bring it on. Repetitive. I'm here. Over here. Damn it.
Gohan can't seem to track his father's movement. Things start to fall out of favor for our young fighter. He's too fast. As Beerus and Whis notice the turning tides of the battle once again. The former wonders if Gohan is down for the count. But the Angel, aware of Gohan's potential and his drive to prove himself, hasn't completely given up on him. The Saiyan asks his son if he's had enough. Of course, Gohan isn't finished. Goku shows some fatherly pride in him, as Gohan questions if he's capable of more. With that, the Super Saiyan Blue tells his son, "All right, here I come!" Gohan closes his eyes and reflects on the past couple months he's been training with Whis. He must calm himself and react without the distraction of emotion.
There! Now's my chance! Take this!
And manages to surprisingly dodge his father's attacks and bring him down. Beerus and his servant continue to be impressed by Gohan. The same can be said for his father. Goku comments that just when he thinks this boy can't get any better, that's when he surprises him. Whis sees this as an omen that Gohan's final test has come. Beerus is curious to see how long he'll last. You truly are something, Goku says with pride, as Gohan prepares to face the wrath of the Kaioken. Goku's brilliant red and blue aura displays the sheer power his son must face. Gohan knows this is it. He's got to give it everything he has. Beerus and Whis have been very entertained thus far, but the fight is coming to an astonishing end. This is it, Gohan! You wanted the Kaioken! So now, I'll show you the power of the Kaioken! As he throws a deadly attack into his son's chest, Gohan seems like he's had enough. Goku assures him that he's made him proud.
That should be everyone.
But he still has a ways to go before hanging with the likes of himself and Vegeta, even with the progress he's made on.
Now to pay the TV station a little visit. Please forgive me. I think I might be enjoying this a bit too much.
Flying Nimbus! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Once I revert to an egg, I must bury myself underground.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Thanks.
I'm feeling rather hungry. Time to absorb every last little bit of you. So many people, so little time. Soon I will be complete. I'm so pleased that this day has finally come.
No complaints for me. I can only gain the energy I need to fight you with my perfect body. I would think you'd want to at least test your mettle against my oh-so-perfect form. Do you want me to show you my true power?
Please help me. Someone.
You're a fool if you think I'm just going to let you get away. Damn it,
You're a
take her
savior.
away. No complaints for me.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Someone.
That should be everyone. Welcome.
You have my thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
Holy hell.
No!
Oh, man.
I'm just kidding.
Please forgive me. I think I might be enjoying this a bit too much. Ah, here we go. This stone will make the perfect material. Are you disappointed? Please forgive me. I think I might be enjoying this a bit too much. Oh, man. Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh, man. That should be everyone. Welcome. Gotta get the hell out of here!
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger
That should be everyone. Welcome.
Flying!
Ah, here we go. This stone will make the perfect material. Are you disappointed? Please forgive me. I think I might be enjoying this a bit too much.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
No! I'm just kidding. Ah, here we go. This stone will make the perfect material. That should be everyone. Welcome.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
Change!
Ah, here we go. This stone will make the perfect material.
Now, state your... It shall be done. I will grant your wish.
Everyone, welcome. You're done. You actually think you have me? Don't get cocky, boy. What? Impossible.
Under the gods, and his new ultimate form. Gohan tells his father, however, that he doesn't get to decide his limits. Gohan's power explodes, and Goku lands a direct blow on his son. But much to his surprise, it barely leaves a mark. After a flurry of attacks, our hero is grounded by his child. He decides he has to put everything he has left into his final affront. Let's see how you handle this! Nay! Alright then. Beerus figures this will decide the match's outcome, as Whis simply watches on with a smile.
Crazy? What is he doing? What? No!
Out of breath and back to his base form, Goku mutters, "Let's see what you can do now, Gohan." Beerus and Whis know this is a problem for their newest student. His power is waning, so he has to make his move. Gohan struggles with his own blast. Goku appears behind him. He asks him what he's doing. Gohan doesn't think he has the power remaining to stop his own attack. He poured all of his energy into it. Goku tells him to think. What was he told when they were in the hyperbolic time chamber all those years ago? Power comes in response to a need, not a desire. So what is he supposed to do? Causing him to realize he needs to create that need. And with those words of encouragement, Goku tells him to do it then. With this, he manages to avert the deadly attack. Goku catches his son as he falls from the sky and compliments him on a job well done. Beerus, pleased with what he's seen, sees clearly the scope of Goku's son's potential. The Angel and Patriarch agree with Beerus' observation as the battle comes to a close. Frieza's minions announce they'll be landing shortly. Cooler thinks this destination should suffice to test his siblings' current strength. The Emperor makes it clear. Despite how much his older brother doesn't think he needs training, Frieza himself knows the Saiyan all too well. They won't be so easily defeated. Cooler reminds little bro that he's the one who took extra measures just in case they ever came across a Saiyan with formidable power. After all, he destroyed the Saiyans out of
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Where am I?
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Where am I? Thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
savior. Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Great. You know what to do with it.
Holy hell.
Uh-oh.
I need your help.
Pay for that.
You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
You good now?
I owe you one.
This is bad.
Flying
Somebody's
Nimbus!
down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Here comes a pain!
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Thanks.
Flying Nimbus! Oh man.
Access the startup system from the central
Here comes a
area.
pain!
Just a little more to go, then you're done. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Oh, come on! Thought I was a goner. Flying Nimbus!
Thanks.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
This game's called Dragon Ball The Breakers. Dragon Ball The Breakers.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Head up! Oh man.
Flying Nimbus! An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Bastard! Somebody's down! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help.
All right.
Ally down!
Of paranoia. Frieza disagrees. He was just making a necessary decision for his empire. Who scoffs at this idea? Tell yourself whatever puts your mind at ease. He knows he never trained because the Saiyans seemed like the only threat to his rule. Until Namek, that is. The Arcosian leader grows angry as his brother's comments hit him where it hurts. Cooler goes on to say, his point is, he himself has always trained, and as a result, it's hard to take his brother seriously. He's just learned the value of training. There's no way the Emperor can keep up. Frieza slights him for talking so much. He may have trained, but he's never faced a god of destruction, unlike himself. The Emperor's minions prepare for landing. As the stage for our next battle is set. As the pair enter the new battleground, Cooler comments on the planet's harsh conditions, but Frieza has had enough talk. He wants to see just how much, quote, stronger he is, or at least claims to be. What has all that training in his earlier years done for his power? If he could be honest, he believes this is nothing more than a gutless bluff from his brother. He has always been jealous of him and his standing in the Empire. Who's as ready as him? But make no mistake, the fact he was their father's pet means nothing. It simply goes to show how much of a crutch Frieza's needed over the years. And even with all this help, he's still only a fraction of what Cooler is. And he managed to do it, all on his own. With those fighting words exchanged, Frieza orders his minion to take the ship to a safe location. This might get a little messy.
Yes, sir!
Terrified, they don't hesitate in hightailing it out of there. With the Frost Demon squaring off, what could this new version of Cooler be hiding to make him so confident over his younger sibling? As the events of the non-canon Dragon Ball Z movies never took place here, the sky is the limit. Could his augmented form simply be more powerful? Or does he have something up his sleeve to match Frieza's golden form? Your move. The stoic Arcosian prince waits patiently as lightning crashes all around him. Does he secretly wish to have a rival in Frieza? As these two warrior tyrants match each other, the Emperor also appears pleased with his brother's abilities. It's possible that maybe they both unknowingly crave rivalry based on their kinship, a bond rather than bitterness and hate. While thinking of his next move, he cackles. Oh, how about this? Shooting a barrage of beams, his sly sibling swiftly disperses all of them, almost as if it were second nature. The former compliments him on his agile reflexes, but his elder is merely waiting for him to get serious. If this is all he's got, he's far more disappointed than he imagined he was going to be upon getting into this. It seems it isn't just the Saiyans who crave a good challenge. Could this family reunion be awakening something within these arrogant alien warriors? Or is this nothing more than their already established pride beginning to show? Lord Frieza smiles as he dons a new level of power to unleash upon his newfound rival. He's curious to see just how powerful his long-lost brother is, as a missed opportunity to grow together is redeemed. A change is certainly stirring in the Emperor's demeanor towards his newfound challenger. As he launches at him in full force, Frieza comes off as excited as ever. The eldest of the two Frost Demons catches his little impish brother's blow. Could he have the edge? To his surprise, his arm cracks from the force of the Emperor's attack. He may be getting more out of this experience than he bargained for. Frieza wonders if that attack was too much for him, but his cocky older brother assures that they're just getting started. As he nails him with a vicious kick, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. As he collects himself, Cooler adds insult to injury. That seemed like it hurt. My turn! He powers up to max as a glowing energy similar to the sun itself surrounds his body. It seems a battle between Arcosians isn't so different than a brawl amongst Saiyans, as a familiar pattern begins to unfold. I hope you're ready. The two charge each other with ferocity as the titanic alien battle continues to unfold on this remote planet. Cooler notices his sibling struggles as he asks if this is too much for him, but Frieza assures him, as he so elegantly put it before. And as energy radiates from his fist. They're just getting started. As Cooler feels firsthand the fruits of Frieza's labor, his training had a much bigger effect than he thought. The Emperor feels that this sparring session may have been a good idea after all. He seems to be enjoying himself and wonders if his brother feels the same. The change amongst the two coldest, ruthless and unforgiving monsters in the universe becomes more apparent, as this war for the title of superiority amongst brothers and descendants of the mighty King Cold continues to play out. The Emperor, with his pompous royal roots coming to the surface, apologizes insultingly for his rude behavior, questioning his sibling if he's trapped beneath the rubble. It seems he's still confident that he will be victorious, despite a few impressive developments from his sibling. As Cooler blows away the rubble, he commends his kin on his power boost. He finds him pretty impressive, despite being without his newfound golden form. Though Frieza, who has always had a reputation to uphold, assures him that he has no idea what he's capable of. He's been away for a long time. Cooler realizes he may have underestimated his younger brother, a common mistake amongst siblings, as he decides to make things more fun and kick it up a notch. Curious about what he has in mind, Frieza watches as his brother takes on something that appears to be his real final form. As his body begins to expand, grow, and reform itself, the monstrous Arcosian lets off a battle cry. As what looks to be his most suitable form for combat begins to take shape, he appears noticeably sharper than before, as he mutters to himself, "That's much better!" The Emperor was under the impression his familiar rival was already in his final form, but he never stated such a thing. Still, he feels his elder continues to be no match for him. As Cooler absorbs his little brother's attack with ease, he arrogantly comments that his arrogance always amused him.
Oh, what's the matter? You seem to be in some pain.
Cooler repeats history as his brother is sent flying into rubble and is buried as a result. Reflecting on the familiarity of the situation, he finds the repeating events amusing. As Golden Frieza, in all of his splendor, arises from his tomb, Cooler will pay for mocking the Emperor, the rightful ruler of the universe, Lord Frieza. He's about to come face to face with his brother's true might. The elder Arcosian's eyes can almost be seen rolling into the back of his head as he scoffs at his little brother. He always did enjoy making a dramatic entrance. Frieza wonders where his older sibling's insulting behavior has gone as he grovels in his superiority over him. As Frieza is aware from experience, the idea of being surpassed must be overwhelming. He knows that feeling all too well. Cooler, seemingly and shockingly unimpressed, now sees the full scope of his little brother's golden power. Despite all the fun, the Emperor is ready to put their fighting session to a violent end. Cooler welcomes him to try and end the battle. As he scoffs, Lord Frieza pompously wonders what's so funny, as his monstrous opponent begins to reveal that, as a matter of fact, he has a little surprise of his own. He may not have a golden form, but he has his own path to power. Platinum Cooler reveals himself in all of his shiny glory. Frieza's amused by this. He thought gold might be a bit much, but Platinum really takes the cake. In fact, he thinks he can see his reflection right now. His Cooler's ego is in plain view. Be that as it may, he enjoys his new look, and given these cold-hearted warriors are at their peak, they're ready to give it all in the heat of battle. The conclusion to this overdue question of superiority amongst Frost Demons is about to commence, as the true successor to King Cold's legacy is ready to be revealed. Cooler urges his surprisingly respectable opponent to bring this fight to a close. The Emperor couldn't agree with him more. The shockwaves from their battle reach the demon ship, shaking the entire thing as the Frieza Force sweats over the possible outcome of this explosive new rivalry. The henchmen and the crew are grateful for the space between them in this titanic struggle. But as powerful as their Emperor is, maybe even the strongest in the universe as far as they can tell, they still fear Cooler might be just as powerful, if not more than their ruler. Although Frieza himself never spoke of this terrifying figure, it's clear they have a relationship of some sort. But is this reunion for the best? Can they lead each other to greater heights? Or will they be each other's downfall? As the battle rages on, the metallic Arcosian is impressed that his junior can hold his own as long as he has. The Emperor assures him that he's been through his fair share of fights. Cooler observes that there must be many more battles his sibling hasn't informed him of. Frieza's impressed as well, and he knows him too well. As the action cools down, he has one question for him. He was listening as his other reminisces on his loss to Goku after his resurrection. The Space Lord wants to know how quickly he was able to regulate his energy regarding this new form of his, prompting him to boast of his insight to the importance of that aspect of his level of power. There's no point of achieving such strength if you don't know how to sustain it, bringing annoyance to Frieza. But once your opponent learns you cannot sustain your highest power, you will simply have to bide his time and attack when you're vulnerable. Cooler complains that all these battles, and his lesser never learned one of the essential aspects of combat. As disappointing as that is, he'll show him anyway, so we better pay attention. Frieza smiles whenever he's ready. He himself is ready to learn. Meanwhile, back at Capsule Corp, Krillin, Pan, and everybody else are enjoying one of Bulma's feasts. They thank her, but she's happy to do it. Videl just misses her husband and wishes she could be there with him despite his motives. Suddenly, her wish is granted as Gohan makes his grand entrance along with his father and Whis and Beerus. She can hardly recognize him and cries tears of joy. She informs him how much his absence has been felt. He assures her that she and Pan were all he ever thought about as he grew stronger. Lord Beerus and Whis were a big help. He even got to fight his dad. Vegeta's surprised to hear that Gohan actually fought Kakarot. And he's really shocked to hear Goku was forced to use the Kaioken on top of his blue form. Could Gohan pose more of a challenge to him than even Kakarot? It bemuses the prince that he was able to make such progress with only a few months. They're telling him that was enough to ascend to a new level? This confirms the suspicions he had always hoped for amongst half-breeds, since before he even came to the Earth. Goku relates that he could hardly believe just how much potential his son had before fighting him himself. But once they started fighting, man, he's come a long way. As Vegeta approaches the young Saiyan, Goku rattles. Uh-oh, here we go. The prince demands to see his new power. But his wife has other plans. Everyone's gathered to enjoy themselves. There'll be no fighting under her watch. Bulma's sure that Gohan wants to spend this moment with his family and not jump straight into another battle. Beerus and Whis agree. It's time to eat. Goku's on the same page. But Gohan tells him not to worry. He will show him later. He does owe him a rematch after all. Vegeta, as excited as ever, hasn't fought Gohan since the events of Namek. Now that he's older, this should be interesting. Maybe even just the opportunity he needs to further break his limits. Floating through the cold depths of space, Cooler hopes what he taught Frieza is put to good use, and that he never makes the same mistake again. The Space Lord assures his newfound comrade he's grateful. His power has increased drastically, so it should make the coming battle with the Saiyans most interesting, and their chances for victory higher than ever. Cooler agrees. However, he can tell these Saiyans are quite formidable. They did take down Frieza himself on multiple occasions after all. Snapping back, his little brother advises that he hold his tongue. Frieza's tolerated a lot of disrespect from his sibling, but reminding him of his defeat is not something he will tolerate. This amuses Cooler as he tells him to chill. He won't be so upset after he's had his vengeance, will he? The evil ruler of the galaxy knows that the job ahead is no easy feat. They have 3 powerful Saiyans to face. 2 named Goku and Vegeta. But Vegeta, Cooler asks if that's the son of King Vegeta. To which the other Arcosian confirms his suspicions. He finds this a bit interesting. His father was rather weak, yet he claims his son is one of the formidable Saiyans. Frieza informs, naturally, the son of the king is a very prideful Saiyan who's easily driven to new heights through his pride. However, Cooler ironically, and with little self-awareness, sees this as a flaw. But it's advised he not drop his guard to the prince, or he will take him down. Like he did to you. This insult fails to make the Emperor's blood boil, and he's quick to let him know that it wasn't Vegeta who took him down, although he did come close. It was our hero, the one and only Son Goku of Earth, the bane of Frieza's existence, who bears the Saiyan name, Kakarot. A name which jars Cooler's memory. Isn't that? And it is. He's the son of that arrogant fool, Bardock. This motivates him further as his Frost-Demon brethren goes on to explain that. Even worse, the 3rd Saiyan they have to face is Goku's son. He's known as Gohan. To which Cooler questions if he's as skilled as his father. Explaining with a story, the last time Frieza saw the spawn of that Saiyan, his power had increased, but no, he is not on the same level. Trying to strategize, the previous believes the obvious move would be to take him out first, since he is the weakest, though that's easier said than done. The Saiyans possess the ability to sense power levels without the use of scouters, so they're going to have a welcome party as soon as they enter the Earth's atmosphere. The good news is, at least one of these two craves a good challenge. Vegeta, as a prideful Saiyan, doesn't play well with others. This is something our villains think they can use to their advantage. He won't fight unless absolutely necessary, and most likely watch as they deal with Goku and his son, supposing that's the flaw Cooler spoke of before. Senseless pride. There are also a couple other fighters who will present aid to Goku, but they can be easily disposed of if necessary. If they're going there to kill the Saiyans, Cooler's sure it'll be necessary, which is fine with Frieza. He demands his underlings to set a course for Earth, who are quick to comply. Back home, Goku's chowing down as he comments on the delicious food. Gohan feels the same as he feeds Pan, especially good after being away for so long. Whis agrees. Bulma's feasts never cease to amaze him. Beerus comments that this is the reason why this planet will always be around. The scientist thanks everyone for their hospitality. Then Gohan asks Videl to take Pan as he prepares to face Vegeta. He promised to show him his new power. And they all know he can get impatient. And ain't that the truth? Perking his ears, Beerus questions Whis if he hears that. Seems like they'll be treated to even more entertainment. Having just ate, they can now relax and enjoy the show. As Gohan approaches Vegeta, a long overdue rematch is about to begin.
The world of Dragon Ball GT takes place after the events of Dragon Ball Z. 5 years after Goku and Oob departed from the 28th World Martial Arts Tournament for training, they engage in an intense battle within the depths of the Lookout. Their power causes the Lookout to crack and crumble, triggering concern from Dende and Mr. Popo. At the same time, an old Emperor Pilaf, Mai, and Shu arrive at the Lookout, aiming to utilize the Dragon Balls to achieve world domination. They're interrupted by explosions from Goku and Oob though, and when the two finish their battle, they both pass out from exhaustion. Meanwhile, undetected, the Pilaf gang uncovers dusty-looking orbs known as the Black Star Dragon Balls. Pilaf explains that these balls were made before Kami separated himself from Piccolo, are different from the regular Dragon Balls, and are much more powerful. At the same time, with Goku and Oob having healed their injuries, Oob thanks Goku for all the years he's dedicated to training him and heads back home to his family. Goku decides to get himself a meal before heading home himself, telling Dende and Mr. Popo that he hasn't seen Chi-Chi in years, so she'll probably be mad at him. Just then, Pilaf summons Shenron, only to discover he's different than the regular, as he's larger, red, and ultimate. Before Pilaf can make his wish for world domination, Goku encounters his gang while investigating the disturbance. During a brief confrontation and recognizing Goku's familiar appearance, Pilaf, in a fit of anger, accidentally wishes for Goku to be reverted back to a child, unaware that Ultimate Shenron is listening. Shenron grants Pilaf's wish, turning Goku back into his 12-year-old self. Ultimate Shenron then leaves, and the Black Star Dragon Balls scatter. Dende contacts King Kai telepathically, and he tells Goku that the only way for him to return to normal is to have another wish granted on the Black Star Dragon Balls. Goku asserts he'll be able to get them back in no time, but Mr. Popo explains that when the Black Star Dragon Balls scatter, they travel across the entire galaxy. Unfazed, Goku accepts remaining a child until he grows up again and leaves, much to the obvious dismay of Dende and Mr. Popo. Back on Earth's surface, Goku attempts to eat another meal, but is disturbed by an ongoing hostage situation. Nearby, Gohan's daughter Pan is out on a date with one of her classmates when she stumbles across the situation. The criminals continue to cause havoc, and an annoyed Pan intervenes. Shortly afterward, Goku arrives and attempts to take them on himself, causing Pan to pull him aside and tell him not to get involved, not realizing she's talking to her grandfather. Pan easily takes out both criminals with her strength, and her date runs off scared. Suddenly, Master Roshi arrives and greets Pan, Goku recognizing her name. It's not long before Roshi happily recognizes Goku and questions why he's so small. Goku tells Master Roshi that Emperor Pilaf summoned Shenron and accidentally made a wish to turn him back into a kid again. Pan is upset and horrified after discovering that this little boy is actually her grandfather, and Goku, impressed with Pan's fighting ability, appreciates her stopping the criminals and foiling the robbery. Later, Goku returns home, where Chi-Chi bursts into tears upon seeing her husband as a child again. Goku explains to his family what's happened, and Gohan tells his dad that it might be easier for him to just naturally grow back into an adult again. Chi-Chi isn't a fan of this idea, but her outburst is interrupted when King Kai speaks to everyone telepathically. With urgency, he shares the news that, with a wish now made on the Black Star Dragon Balls, the Earth is now in danger of exploding unless all of them are found and returned to the planet within 1 year. He goes on to say that the negative energy left behind from the balls caused this, surprising everyone. This grim news leaves leaves Goku and his family uncertain on what they'll do next. Later, everyone discusses who will head into space to gather the Dragon Balls, Goku initially reluctant to do so due to his tiny size. Of course, he'll be one of the first passengers though, followed by Gohan, who volunteers to help with the search. Pan volunteers to go as well, but everyone dismisses this idea given the danger they could run into. Later at Capsule Corps, Bulma, Videl, and Gohan work on the spaceship, Pan bothering her parents in an attempt to lend a hand. Annoyed as everyone is treating her like a child, Pan leaves Capsule Corps to blow off some steam. The next day, Trunks, now the president of Capsule Corps, sneaks out of headquarters, confronted by Vegeta, who's sporting a new hairstyle and mustache. It's soon revealed that Vegeta has chosen Trunks and Goten to accompany Goku in space instead, believing that the boys have become complacent since Majin Buu's defeat. Back at Capsule Corps, Videl questions Gohan on if he's seen Pan anywhere, both parents realizing that she's nowhere to be found. As Goku, Trunks, and Goten are about to get into the spaceship for departure, Goten is distracted by a phone call from his girlfriend. Goku and Trunks enter the spaceship and discover that Pan has stowed away on board, the little girl activating the engine and initiating liftoff. The spaceship blasts off, leaving Goten behind, though he's relieved as he didn't want to go anyway. As the spaceship leaves Earth, a small circuit falls off and lands at Bulma's feet, prompting her to worry about which part of the ship it belonged to. In space, Trunks attempts to take the ship's override key away from Pan so he could take her home. Pan, however, hides it in her shirt, giving him and Goku no choice but to keep her with them. Tragedy strikes as one of the ship's pieces break off and fall into space, forcing the group to crash land on a planet called a mecha. Surprisingly, the planet doesn't appear to be hostile at first, and the group is charmed by its festive atmosphere. However, they soon realize that the citizens are greedy swindlers, and they quickly become overwhelmed. Goku and the others check into a fancy-looking hotel, only to realize they're being charged for every second they spend in the room. They escape without paying and wander like fugitives at night, found by an Namekian couple who offer them a place to stay. They explain that Namekia's leader, Don Ki, is a greedy tyrant who enforces unfair prices and confiscates residents' belongings. Notably, he uses his pusher bots to seize homes from those in debt, a situation witnessed by Goku and the others. Goku offers to fight Don Ki to help, but the Namekian couple advise against it, warning that Don Ki is too powerful and any physical resistance could get them all killed. For now, Goku, Trunks, and Pan decide to comply and spend the night in their spaceship. The following day, Pan urges Trunks to scan the area for a Dragon Ball, the group encountering a small robot named Beerus that consumes their Dragon radar. To make matters worse, their spaceship is confiscated by the Namekian army, leaving them stranded. Goku, Pan, and Trunks embark on a daring mission to reclaim their ship, without which they could be stranded on the planet forever. Goku offers to use instant transmission to follow the Namekian army, and Pan drags Beerus along with them for eating their Dragon radar. Goku attempts to use instant transmission to reach their ship, but both tries fail due to his smaller body. He's no longer accustomed to the technique and currently lacks the abilities he had as an adult, much to the dismay of the group. Instead, they decide to fly to Don Ki's castle, where their ship is located. The three cautiously sneak closer to the ship come nightfall, avoiding a confrontation that could worsen their situation. Trunks mentions they may need to fight if necessary, and Pan attempts to board the ship stealthily. She's mistakenly hit by a soda can thrown by a soldier though, causing her to cry. Trunks quickly covers her mouth to prevent the soldiers from hearing, but a rock falls on his head, drawing the soldier's attention. Goku and the others spring into action, knocking them out one by one. Pan then takes control of the cargo and recklessly rides away with Goku and Trunks. During their escape, they run into two of Don Ki's loyal soldiers, Gale and Sheila, though Goku uses a Kamehameha to counteract their attempt to stop them. His blast nearly hits Don Ki's palace, but it's swatted away by one of his more capable soldiers, Legic, the stranger noting that the three escaping with the ship are Saiyans. Don Ki is furious that they've reclaimed the ship and still owe him a significant debt, the tyrant telling his soldiers that he wants all of them captured immediately. By morning, Trunks suggests they go to town for extra parts due to the additional damage caused by Pan's reckless driving. When they arrive in town, everyone flees, and the group discover, to their dismay, that they're now among Planet Namekia's most wanted, forcing them to evade the police. The trio continue to flee across Namekia while being pursued by the authorities under Don Ki's orders. Eventually, they encounter an elderly Namekian couple who are initially frightened, but after realizing the trio isn't as dangerous as they were made out to be, offer them food and shelter for the time being. Goku, Trunks, and Pan are deeply moved by the injustices the Namekians endure under the oppressive rule of Don Ki. Determined to confront the tyrant, they decide to surrender to the police on purpose, allowing them to head directly to the royal palace for a showdown. At first, it appears to be an easy victory as the trio swiftly defeat Don Ki's forces. However, Pan charges in recklessly and falls into one of Don Ki's traps. Goku and Trunks try to rescue her but fail, giving Don Ki the chance to blast them all away. Luckily for the trio, they prove resilient against gunfire, which leads Legic to step out from the shadows, ready to intervene. Trunks charges at Legic, only to be effortlessly defeated with a single blow. Goku instructs Trunks to take care of the incapacitated Pan while he faces Legic himself. Goku and Legic engage in a fierce battle, with Legic gaining the upper hand. With no other option, Goku transforms into his Super Saiyan form to defeat the latter. He rushes in and quickly overpowers Legic, the warrior responding with a powerful ki attack. Goku returns the favor with a Kamehameha, easily countering Legic's blast and sending it back to him. With the battle over, Goku spares Legic and suggests that he continue training to become stronger, just as he plans to do himself. Impressed, Legic remarks that Goku is an unusual child. Goku responds by revealing he really isn't a child, which confuses Legic. He then decides to leave Don Ki's forces, telling Goku that next time, he'll be the one to win their battle. The two say their goodbyes, leaving Don Ki with the Saiyans. Pan demands that he provide free housing for the Namekians from now on, warning that if he doesn't, he'll have to answer to Goku. Don Ki complies, and peace is restored on Nameca. The trio of Saiyans, along with Giru, now functioning as their Dragon Radar, set off to continue their quest for the Black Star Dragon Balls. Time passes and the trio arrive on planet Mamasu, a strange place resembling Earth, but where everything is 100 times larger. While exploring, Pan finds a new outfit that makes her look like a bee, running into trouble as she's kidnapped by a group of them. Goku and Trunks discover a giant apple tree, the latter attempting to locate a Black Star Dragon Ball with Giru. Together they find the 4-star ball, but their luck quickly changes when a massive apple falls on top of it. Before they can lift the apple to retrieve the Dragon Ball, a giant hawk swoops down, grabs the apple with the Dragon Ball still inside, and gives it to a giant. Moments later, Pan's scream is heard in the distance. Trunks tells Goku they need to help her, and he quickly flies off. Pan, meanwhile, has somehow ended up in a hive where the bees mistake her for their queen. When she tries to leave, a swarm of bees chase her. She soon encounters Goku and Trunks, who have just saved the real queen bee from a hungry spider on their way to Pan, and they all fly away together. Later, a hungry Goku smells a delicious fish being cooked in the distance and heads toward it, where the group find the giant and see the Dragon Ball stuck in the apple. When the giant eats the apple, the Dragon Ball gets lodged in his tooth, causing him great pain. Goku enters the giant's mouth and uses a Kamehameha to knock out the tooth, recovering the group's first Black Star Dragon Ball. The trio then head off into space to continue their search for the next one. They arrive on a peaceful planet called Jelbo, but immediately notice that the villagers are eerily quiet. As they begin to investigate, they learn from the villagers that a giant monster named Zunama has been terrorizing them with his extraordinary ability to cause earthquakes by simply shaking his massive whiskers. To make matters worse, Zunama is demanding a bride, showing up to threaten the villagers' survival if they don't comply. None of the women in the village are willing to become his bride, leaving the village chief's daughter, Lane, who has a Black Star Dragon Ball embedded in her hair, to do it instead. This excites Zunama, who leaves but vows to return the next day to take her to his home. Overwhelmed by what she's agreed to, Lane faints in despair. Later that evening, Goku, Trunks, and Pan offer to help the villagers deal with Zunama in exchange for the Dragon Ball, and everyone agrees, including Lane's real fiancé, Doma. Pan comes up with a plan to trick Zunama with a fake bride and cut off his whiskers, initially suggesting Goku to do it because he's the strongest, but then realizes he's too short. This leaves Trunks to pose as Zunama's bride, much to his dismay. He, however, agrees to go along with the plan in order to save the Earth. The next morning, Trunks, dressed in a wedding gown with a wig and makeup, is confronted by Zunama and told to take off his veil, much to the surprise of everyone who worries about having their cover blown. Convincing a clueless Zunama to wait until they're alone, Trunks leaves with him according to plan. The two arrive in Zunama's volcanic lair, with Goku, Pan, and Doma following close behind. In an attempt to gauge his surroundings, Trunks' wig falls off, but Zunama remains interested interested, mistaking him for a short-haired girl. Trunks manages to drug Tsunama with spiked food at the wedding banquet the Beast has prepared for them. When Tsunama passes out, Doma and the others arrive and seize the opportunity to cut off one of his whiskers. However, when Tsunama wakes up, he threatens to cause an earthquake, only for the group to realize he can't actually cause earthquakes, but can only predict them. Suddenly, a real explosion occurs, causing the volcano beneath the group to erupt. Goku uses a Kamehameha wave to propel everyone out of the tunnel, and another to destroy the volcano and stop the eruption. In gratitude, the Gelboians give the group the 6-star Black Dragon Ball, Tsunama joining their village and becoming a friend. Things take a weird turn though as a mysterious stranger disguised as a villager grabs the Dragon Ball, reveals himself as a different species, and escapes with it in his spaceship. Goku, Trunks, and Pan set off in pursuit of the thief, revealed to be one of the Para brothers. In an attempt to escape, the brothers lure them to a rocky planet with a maze of caves at its center, intending for them to be devoured by the planet's giant worms. The brothers manage to give the trio the slip, leaving Goku, Trunks, and Pan lost in the labyrinth and head back to planet Lude. Upon their arrival, they present the Dragon Ball to Cardinal Muchi Muchi, the servant of Lord Lude. However, instead of a reward, the Cardinal was furious with them, knowing that those from whom they stole the Dragon Ball have another one aboard their ship. He demands that they retrieve it at once or face being turned into dolls, similar to another poor soul who was transformed moments ago. The Para brothers return to Bihei, the planet where they had left Goku and the others. When they find them, the trio are under attack by 4 giant worm monsters. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Para brothers sneak onto their ship to steal the other Dragon Ball. As the trio desperately search for the other Black Star Dragon Ball, they're unable to locate it. Realizing their situation, they end up rooting for the Earth trio, realizing that if they die, they'll be turned into dolls. Goku soon gains the upper hand against the worms, and after offering some advice to Trunks and Pan, they manage to defeat the rest of the creatures. At this point, the Para brothers reveal themselves and perform their Para Para Boogie, putting the trio into an inescapable dancing trance. One of the brothers, Bon Para, takes the opportunity to deal blows to Goku, Trunks, and even Pan. Unbeknownst to the Para brothers or the heroes though, the defeated worms regain consciousness and cause a distraction by shutting off the music. The heroes seize this chance and knock out all the Para brothers with a single punch, much to their relief. However, after searching the Para brothers' spaceship, Trunks and Pan can't find their stolen Black Star Dragon Ball. When Trunks leaves the ship, Giru accidentally launches it to planet Lude with Pan still on board, leaving Goku and Trunks stranded on Bihei with their own spaceship. While Pan and Giru argue amongst themselves, the Para brothers inform Goku and Trunks where their ship is gone, and the two quickly follow. Pan and Giru land on planet Lude and use the Dragon Radar to locate the 6-star Black Star Dragon Ball. Pan sneaks into the castle she found, but a frightened Giru stays behind. Recklessly, Pan enters the shrine of Lord Lude and gets caught while trying to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Giru comes across Trunks, Goku, and the Para brothers when they land, informing them of Pan's whereabouts. She battles her way to the main chamber in the castle and retrieves the Dragon Ball, but Cardinal Muchi Muchi stops her and turns her into a doll. As he prepares to throw Pan into a giant cauldron, Trunks and Goku arrive. Enraged, the Cardinal turns the Para brothers into dolls and tosses them aside. He then attacks Goku and Trunks and unleashes a giant robotic lion on them, but Goku quickly defeats it by dropping a boulder on its head. Meanwhile, the doll version of Pan is found by Giru, but he's kicked away and Pan is stolen by a mysterious figure. Simultaneously, the lion's explosion destroys Cardinal Muchi Muchi, but his whip reveals his true form, a tentacled threat named Muchi. Muchi reveals himself to be a formidable opponent, causing trouble for both Goku and Trunks. He manages to separate the two and focuses his attacks on Goku, who with no other choice, transforms into a Super Saiyan. Observing the battle between Muchi and Goku, the mysterious man named Daltaki reveals that Muchi is now outmatched. He decides to awaken Lord Lude, but notices he lacks the necessary energy, so he decides to appear before the Lude cult, persuading them to sacrifice themselves by becoming dolls. Too late, the cult realizes that Lude isn't the savior they believed him to be, and Daltaki transforms everyone all at once. He then uses their energy to fuel the awakening of Lude, deciding to use his downtime to creepily play with Pan's doll form. Meanwhile, Goku continues his battle with Muchi, but starts to lose ground when the villain ensnares him and begins draining his energy. As Goku reverts back to his normal state and seems to be in danger, Trunks suddenly reappears and blasts Muchi with a single energy attack, killing him instantly. The focus then shifts back to Daltaki, where we witness a bizarre scene. The villain attempting to remove retrieve doll Pan's clothes, but is interrupted by Lude's energy alarm. Goku and Trunks return to the castle to search for Pan, but instead find the missing Dragon Ball. Daltaki then appears with Pan and summons Lord Lude. Goku and Trunks preparing for the next fight. The two face the awakened Lude, impressed by its immense power. As Daltaki makes his escape, Lude prevents the fighters from rescuing Pan. Goku tries to provoke the machine, and when he fires a Kamehameha, Lude barely reacts. The machine soon overpowers both Goku and Trunks, stepping on them. Meanwhile, Daltaki is busy playing dress-up with his new favorite doll Pan, when he's suddenly summoned by an unknown figure to another room. He enters a secret chamber where he communicates with a Dr. Mew via a giant screen, the mastermind behind the entire operation. Back in the fight, Goku and Trunks transform into Super Saiyans to push Lude off of them. Goku observes that while Lude has incredible power, it doesn't know how to use it effectively. Observing the fight, Dr. Mew reprimands Daltaki for awakening Lude before it reached its full power, pointing out that the machine is proving to be useless. Even after reverting to their normal forms, Goku and Trunks manage to overwhelm Lude with coordinated attacks. Sensing Pan's incredible latent power while in doll form, Dr. Mew orders Daltaki to have Lude absorb her so the machine can reach its full potential. Daltaki, however, refuses to part with Pan. In response, Dr. Mew turns Daltaki into a doll himself and feeds both him and Pan to Lude. This sacrifice powers Lude to its full potential, making it a far more formidable foe than Goku and Trunks alone can handle. Lude, now at level 3, demonstrates its power by firing a single I-beam out of the planet's castle, triggering a colossal explosion that leaves Goku and Trunks in awe. As the two struggle against the powerful machine, Pan, now infused in Lude, takes out her frustrations on Daltaki for the harassment she suffered while being a doll. The two are surrounded by the hundreds turned into dolls as well, angry with Daltaki, who hints there's a way to escape from Lude's clutches. With Pan's assistance, the Power Brothers pressure him into revealing the secret. Lude's core is built around a single red cell, and destroying this cell would put an end to the machine mutant. Meanwhile, Goku is still losing ground against Lude. To assist her grandfather, Pan fires a ki blast at the red cell, prompting Lude to release Goku from its grasp. Daltaki explains that Lude must be attacked simultaneously from both inside and outside to be defeated, Pan attempting to relay the message to Goku and Trunks. Unsuccessful, the Power Brothers offer to use telepathy to reach the Saiyans, singing to help coordinate the attack. Goku and Trunks realize that only a perfectly timed strike to Lude's core will bring him down, and with some effort, Goku and Pan manage to synchronize their attacks. After chanting Pepper Pot, Pickle Pot, Purple Pot, Lude's cell is hit in sync, finally destroying him. This victory turns everyone back to normal, including Daltaki, who hurriedly escapes on his own spaceship. With the planet saved and 2 Black Star Dragon Balls now in their possession, the Saiyans move on to their next adventure. While en route to their next destination, Trunks suggests returning to Earth to replace Pan with Goten, which upsets Pan as she feels she's being seen as unhelpful. It's not long before Giru detects a Black Star Dragon Ball on the desert planet Rudees. Upon landing, the group are quickly overwhelmed by the intense desert heat, and soon after, a giant sandipede attacks them, damaging their ship and causing their water supply to spill out. As Trunks repairs the ship, Pan tries to assist, but he tells her to play inside instead. Frustrated and feeling underestimated, Pan storms off into the desert, determined to find the Dragon Ball and prove her worth. Worried of Pan's safety, Giru later goes after her. After some time, Pan becomes dehydrated and suffers from heat exhaustion, only to be watched by another sandipede. Meanwhile, Daltaki returns to planet M2 to report to Dr. Mew, but is instead met by a man named General Rildo, who kills him for his failure. Dr. Mew tasks Rildo with stealing the Dragon Balls from Goku and Trunks, noting they should also be brought to him alive as they possess power that he could use for his research. Back on Rudees, Giru arrives just in time to fend off the Sandipede and save Pan. When she gains consciousness, she learns that Giru has also found the 5-star Dragon Ball in discovered water. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Pan thanks Giru and apologizes for treating him poorly. When Goku and Trunks arrive, the trio find a nearby oasis and use its water to refill the repaired cooling tanks. Reconsidering his earlier idea, Trunks apologizes to Pan for suggesting her replacement and acknowledges that she's a valuable member of the team. With Goku and his team having strengthened their relationship, the trio depart to search for the next Black Star Dragon Ball. During their space journey, Giru continuously beats Pan at a video game. Shortly after, they pass the planet M2, which happens to be Giru's home planet. planet. The next morning, Giru and Pan try to persuade Trunks to land there since Giru hasn't visited in years. However, with Dr. Mew after the Dragon Balls, he says they should keep moving. The two convince Trunks to land for just a day, and the group take off for the planet. Meanwhile, on M2's surface, General Rildo monitors the Grand Tour spaceship's trajectory. Seeing it approaching their planet, he praises Giru for luring their enemies and the 3 Black Star Dragon Balls right to them. The spaceship lands in a forest, and Goku, Trunks, and Pan venture into a seemingly deserted city. Suddenly, thousands of Giru-like robots appear, all acknowledging Giru and saying he deserves praise. Giru strangely takes off alone and contacts General Rildo, who commends him for his strategy of infiltrating the trio, gaining their trust, and leading them to M2. Giru then returns to Goku, Trunks, and Pan, Trunks noting before this that the robot's been acting strange ever since they landed on the planet. The group soon grow hungry and start searching for food. Trouble finds them though when they're confronted by a powerful group of robots called the Sigma Force. Giru joins the robots on their platform, the group revealing to Goku and the others that their friend has really been working for them the entire time. The trio attack in disbelief, prompting one of the robots to disintegrate and reform around Goku and Trunks, incapacitating them with sleeping gas. As Pan laments Giru's betrayal, the robots, including Giru, fly away with an unconscious Goku and Trunks to General Rildo. Now, a heartbroken Pan must find a way to rescue her friends and retrieve the stolen Dragon Balls. With Goku and Trunks captured, Pan decides to infiltrate the machine base. She sneaks in undetected for a while, but soon finds herself surrounded by robots. To avoid getting caught, Pan disguises herself as one of them. Meanwhile, Goku and Trunks are asleep in capsule chambers, being scanned by the robots to assess their strength. One of them noticed something surprising about Goku in particular, reporting to General Rildo and recognizing his immeasurable strength. Concurrently, Giru allows General Rildo to download the Saiyan's fighting data into the Mega Cannon Sigma Force as a means of anticipating their battle moves. Meanwhile, Pan joins a group of identical-looking robots, but when they walk through a wall, her disguise nearly gets caught. Fortunately, instead of getting captured, she's deemed defective and thrown into a room with other defective robots, one of them revealing Goku and Trunks' location. It's not long before the walls begin to close in to crush the defective robots, prompting Pan to blast her way out and save them. This explosion captures Rildo's attention to Pan's presence in the base, the Sigma Force sending Nat, one of its members, to handle her. The robot initially seems to have the upper hand thanks to its acquired data, but he reveals this to Pan, the Saiyan now realizing he can only predict moves that she's already used. She counters with her Maiden's Rage technique as she regrets befriending Giru, destroying Nat completely. Just then, Goku wakes up, around the same time that the Sigma Force is observing Giru's memories with the Dragon Team. Pan breaks into the lab, prompting one of its group's members to strike her. Goku unleashes his power and breaks free from the capsule chamber, freeing Trunks in the process and prepares to battle the Sigmas. The Sigma Force mocks Pan for being knocked unconscious, but acknowledges her achievement in destroying Nat, the first Sigma Force member to ever be defeated. Having heard enough, Goku challenges the remaining 3 to battle. While Goku engages the Sigma Force, Trunks carries Pan back to their spaceship to help her recover. Initially, Goku seems to be at a disadvantage as the Sigma Force has all of his moves downloaded into their systems. Realizing they aren't allowed to kill Goku, the 3 robotic warriors instead decide to prepare him for Dr. Mew. Goku manages to counter their blasts, but a blow is landed to his stomach. Pretending to be hurt, Goku suddenly launches a blast of his own. The Sigmas retreat into the floor and begin toying with Goku, lighting him on fire from behind and pulling his feet out from under him. Rather than figuring out their tricks though, Goku decides to destroy the building, knocking them from the walls. Left without their hiding place, the 3 robots decide to abandon their orders and kill Goku. Meanwhile, Trunks arrives at the spaceship with Pan, immediately noticing that their belongings are scattered all over the ship. Alarmed, he checks the bag where they kept the Black Star Dragon Balls and discovers that all 3 have been stolen. He wakes Pan and the two prepare to confront Giru and get the Dragon Balls back by force. Elsewhere, the 3 robots combine into the Super Mega Cannon Sigma, gaining extra power. However, Goku remains unimpressed. He uses their extendable arms as a ramp and lands a powerful kick before being punched away. Recovering, Goku resumes the fight, now using moves that the Sigma Force has never seen before. He comments that while the robots have gained extra strength, they haven't gotten any faster. In response, they transform into the Super Sigma aerial attack mode. They match Goku's speed and initiate their Killer Driller attack, at which point Goku stops it and triples his strength in base form. Watching the fight, General Rildo realizes that Goku's been holding back the entire time and grows angry. Meanwhile, Goku launches a few more attacks at the Sigma Force and finishes them off with a Kamehameha. Just as Goku is about to return to the ship for some food, he senses Rildo's high battle power heading in that direction and flies off to intercept him. At the ship, Trunks and Pan also sense General Rildo's immense power approaching and prepare for battle. Goku arrives at the ship just in time, with General Rildo following suit. Goku warns Trunks and Pan that his power is even stronger than Majin Buu, and grows excited at the impending battle. Pan launches in to attack Rildo, knocking him to the ground, seemingly rendering him unconscious. Goku and Trunks are amazed by Pan's strength, and Pan insists they stop treating her like a child to keep things fair. Just then, General Rildo gets back up, completely unharmed, which frightens Pan. Rildo unleashes his metal breath attack, and while Trunks manages to push Pan out of harm's way, he gets hit by the energy beam himself, encasing him in metal, and disappears. Rildo reveals that Trunks has been transported to the tower behind them, and will be prepped for dissection by Dr. Mew. Pan flies off to rescue Trunks, while Goku begins his battle with General Rildo. He dodges Rildo's metal breath attacks, one of them encasing their ship. The two engage in a series of attacks, neither inflicting any real damage. Meanwhile, Pan reaches the building where Trunks is held, fighting her way through robots and interrogates one for Trunks' location. At the same time, General Rildo unleashes more of his moves on Goku, his mechanical arm dragging him around the city ruins. Goku, however, is unfazed, taking the opportunity to unleash a barrage of ki blasts that loosen Rildo's grip. Trunks is transported to Dr. Mew's lab just as Pan arrives, prompting her to take out her frustration on Giru. However, Giru activates a button that ejects anything non-mechanical from the room, forcing Pan outside the building. Back on the battlefield, General Rildo grows tired of Goku's games, the latter responding with an overwhelming Kamehameha that levels the entire area. Rildo is slightly injured, but more than capable of finishing its fight. Suddenly, the Sigma Force, or their DNA replicants in the dub, realize they're still functional and manage to ensnare Goku. Having had enough, Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan and breaks free, destroying the replicants, and surprises General Rildo, who notes his strength has increased 100-fold. Goku challenges General Rildo to power up as well, prompting him to comply as he absorbs all the components of the Sigma Force to transform into Hyper Meta Rildo. Beginning round 2 of their epic battle, Meta Rildo begins turning everything around him into metal. He and Goku continue to trade blows, the latter seemingly gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Pan is at the tower, relentless in her pursuit to destroy Giru. She keeps getting expelled by the corrosive removal system, which liquefies the walls and floors to eject any intruder from the building. On the battlefield, Goku lands in front of Meta Rildo, the latter manipulating the surrounding metal to seemingly heal his injuries and crystallize himself. In response, Goku prepares a giant Kamehameha, just as Rildo reveals himself in a sleeker looking form and turns the surrounding area into metal. He's able to exploit this to his advantage, forcing Goku to drop his Kamehameha after ensnaring him with metal trees. Pan, meanwhile, stubbornly continues her efforts to re-enter the tower. Rildo's robots try to halt her, but she has no trouble destroying them. She then encounters the Scholar Bot she freed earlier, who offers to help her deactivate the corrosive removal system. Though it looks like Goku is severely outmatched, he refuses to back down. He continues his battle with Meta Rildo as a Super Saiyan while Dr. Mew observes the battle. Mew is thrilled about the new opportunities he now has with a living Saiyan in his grasp. He taunts Trunks, promising him that Goku and Pan will soon join him as captives. Working together, Pan and the Scholar Bot come face to face with Giru again. Pan chases Giru and monologues while the Scholar Bot deactivates the corrosive removal system. Realizing he's outnumbered, Giru escapes through a wall and returns with reinforcements. While Pan is distracted by them, building up to launch her own Kamehameha wave, Giru activates the backup corrosive removal system, causing Pan to be expelled from the building once more. However, this time, the 3 Black Star Dragon Balls follow her outside. As Pan tries to figure out how the Dragon Balls ended up with her, Goku continues his struggle with Meta Rildo, the latter revealing that the only way to destroy him is to eliminate every piece of metal on the planet M2. As the battle between Goku and General Rildo intensifies, Pan arrives and informs Goku that she's regained possession of the 3 Black Star Dragon Balls. Seeing an opportunity, Meta Rildo decides to use Pan to his advantage and charges toward her, prompting Goku to go on the defensive. While Goku is pursuing Metarildo, he spits his breath at the ground, bringing it to life. The ground rises up and engulfs Goku, restricting his movement. Simultaneously, Metarildo breathes on Pan and traps her, same as Trunks. Powering down to base form, Goku suffers the same fate, trapped in a metal casing. They're taken back to Metarildo's base, where the latter, now back in his original form, transports Goku and Pan to Dr. Mu's hideout. Dr. Mu is prepared to dissect the Saiyans and turn them into machine men when suddenly, Giru arrives. He pretends to be cooperating but begins firing missiles at Dr. Mu's equipment. As Dr. Mu and his minions are distracted by the chaos, Giru takes the opportunity to free Goku and Pan. Now liberated, they prepare to attack Dr. Mu and commend Giru for his excellent work. However, this moment of celebration allows Dr. Mu's robots to seize Trunks. Pan frantically joins in a game of keep away, but when one of the robots throw Trunks, they overestimate the range and he crashes to the ground in pieces. Pan begins to cry, believing she's failed to save him, but Trunks suddenly speaks and tells her to look up. He's alive and reveals that everything that's happened until now has been a part of a plan between he and Giru to get close to Dr. Mu. As Trunks, Goku, and Pan lead a panicked Dr. Mu into another chamber, the evil scientist begins to tremble with fear as his master plan is about to be revealed. The Saiyans follow Dr. Mu into his secret room and force him to reveal Baby, his ultimate creation. Trunks explains all of what he knows so far, noting that if Baby were to become full grown, his power could surpass them all, possibly even before then. Apparently, Trunks discovered Baby after hearing rumors from Giru, spread around by the robot community of M2. He cut off the life form's energy supply via his machine as a result, seemingly preventing his resurrection. As Dr. Mu weeps over what seems to be Baby dying, the water around him starts exploding. Trunks explains that he reprogrammed Baby's life support into the plumbing system to save everyone, leaving Dr. Mu powerless to stop it. Dr. Mu removes the computer's lid and attempts to reroute it to save Baby, while Trunks reveals that Mu's plan was to take over the entire galaxy. For Baby to be completed, he needed to mobilize all the robots on the planet, leading to the creation of General Rildo and the other robot warriors. Trunks further explains that Giru had lost his memory up until they neared the planet, but he took a significant risk by sneaking him into Dr. Mu's lab before Trunks was experimented on. Giru freed Trunks from his prison and replaced him with a metallic slab copy that was broken in the previous episode, while Trunks sneaked into Baby's chamber to confront him. Dr. Mu's computer goes haywire and it seems Baby is doomed, but Dr. Mu refuses to give up. He tells Baby that he's made from creations across the galaxy, granting him the strength to overcome anything, but Baby remains unresponsive. Goku, a bit disappointed because he wanted to fight Baby, moves closer to examine the capsule, and Baby's eyes suddenly open. The entity begins to power up, proving he's very much alive, and uses the remaining energy stored in the capsule to reach his true form. Dr. Mu celebrates, claiming that Baby's power is already too deep within his circuits to be destroyed. As Giru tries to flee, Pan holds him back while Baby continues to transform and bursts out of the capsule. The power surge aggressively pushes the three Saiyans back against the wall, causing circuit damage to Dr. Mu, making him collapse. Goku, seeing Baby fully formed, warns everyone to stay alert, but is shocked at how powerful he is despite not being fully developed. Immediately, Baby scans the three Saiyans and decides to kill Goku first. However, Goku is clever and coordinates a three-way attack with Pan and Trunks that seem to destroy Baby completely. Believing this to be true, Dr. Mu mourns Baby's defeat. The lab starts to go haywire as a spaceship arrives to evacuate Dr. Mu, but a small substance enters his leg before he leaves. Pan attempts to stop Dr. Mu, but Goku and Trunks hold her back, assuring her that Baby is dead and Dr. Mu can no longer conquer the galaxy. Giru asserts he can fix their ship so they can return to gathering the Dragon Balls, while Dr. Mu decides to regain his strength before battling the Saiyans again. Suddenly, Baby bursts out of his back, revealing he was the mastermind behind everything, and used Dr. Mu to give him the energy he needed to fuel his resurrection. As Baby crushes the remains of Mu, the black one-star ball flies from the villain's head. Baby glares at M2 from space, swearing to bring it to completion, and soon sets his sights on targeting the Saiyans next. The Baby saga takes place after the events of the Black Star Dragon Ball saga. Giru turns the Grand Tour spaceship back to normal, along with most of the surrounding metal on planet M2. The group boards the ship and prepares for takeoff, but something holds them in place. Looking out the window, they see General Rildo holding the ship. In response, they all unleash a multiple Kamehameha, effectively destroying Rildo in his regular form. As the ship takes off, Baby emerges from Rildo's broken body. Once in space, the group prepares to search diligently for the remaining Dragon Balls, and Giru immediately detects one. They soon discover a deserted starship about to fall into a sun, and using space scooters, they board the starship and begin their search. They find the one-star ball in the engine room and prepare to leave, but Pan notices something moving behind everyone and insists on finding out what it is. Pan is attacked by a machine monster in the next room, but Trunks, Goku, and Giru intercept its missiles before they can hit her. Pan then destroys the machine with a key blast, allowing Giru to detect life nearby. To their surprise, the group find a green-haired boy. With less than a minute until the ship is pulled into the sun, the group hurries back to their scooters and escapes just before it's destroyed. However, their scooters are caught in the sun's gravitational pull. They abandon the scooters, and Giru launches a grappling hook toward their ship. Once connected, the group gathers together, and Goku uses a Kamehameha to push them back to their ship, allowing them to escape safely. The green-haired boy appears to be badly injured, so Giru sends out a SOS and receives coordinates to planet Pidal, a location with medical supplies. On Pidal, the boy is rushed to the ER, and the group wait for news on his condition. The medical team seems to stabilize him, but as soon as everyone except a nurse leaves the room, a strange heart rate appears. Suddenly, the boy reveals an evil smile and blows up the room to eliminate the nurse, catching the attention of Goku and the others. Goku spots the boy and a nearby staff member through the smoke and quickly brings them to safety. As the doctors take the boy away again to continue treating his injuries, it becomes clear that there's still a mysterious presence within him. Later, Pan and Trunks find Goku stuck in a tree, refusing to go inside because he's afraid of the hospital food, fearing they might give him a shot. Meanwhile, the boy watches the group from a distance. It's soon revealed that the boy has been possessed by Baby, who's using him to begin his revenge on the Saiyans. Baby's plan is to separate them and take control of one of their bodies, using their flesh to transform himself into an unstoppable force of nature. Later, Pan explores the hospital grounds and comes across a young deer. Suddenly, the green-haired boy approaches her and initiates conversation. As Baby gets ready to attack Pan, Goku and Trunks arrive. They mention that the doctor is looking for the boy, who then shows up and recommends he go back inside to rest. On the way, Baby decides to switch hosts and possesses the doctor. He instructs a nurse to take the boy back to his room and sets out to capture Goku, Trunks, and Pan. He finds the trio resting in the forest and convinces Goku to go inside and eat, giving himself a chance to divide and conquer amongst the Saiyans. He takes Trunks on a tour of the facility since he was fascinated by the hospital's technology. The final stop is a giant microscope that allows Trunks to see electrons in the air. With the Saiyan distracted, Baby chokes and reveals himself to him, noting that he couldn't be destroyed so long as one of his cells lives. Baby attempts to possess Trunks, but Goku and Pan arrive just in time to prevent him from doing so. They explain to Baby that they caught a glimpse of his energy since they arrived on planet Pidal, and purposely put themselves in vulnerable situations to draw him out. Baby then goes on the offensive, though he's outmatched given he isn't fully developed. He manages to unleash his destructive energy and cut Trunks on his arm, taking advantage of the opportunity to move into his body. Goku prepares to blast Baby, but holds back given an attack from him could kill Trunks, and Baby hits him instead. Just as Baby is about to force Trunks to finish Goku, Trunks manages to regain control and transforms into a Super Saiyan, forcing Baby out of his body. The trio aim to destroy Baby for good, but he uses a solar flare-like attack to escape into a crowd of people boarding spaceships. He possesses an innocent woman, and Goku can no longer sense him. With no other options, the group decide to continue their quest for the Black Star Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Baby has killed everyone on the spaceship he boarded, having possessed them to become stronger. He then heads for the cabin to set a course for Earth. Back at home, Goten is on his way to a date with a girl named Valise, while Bulma and Chi-Chi grow worried about the safety of Goku and the others. With a year almost up, they're anxious about the looming threat to their home. Meanwhile in space, Goku, Trunks, and Pan continue their quest for the Black Star Dragon Balls on planet Tegir, where they inadvertently awaken a giant tiger that holds one of the Dragon Balls. The team, however, managed to outwit the creature and make it fall off a cliff, securing the 7-star ball. With only 2 Dragon Balls left to gather, the group continue on. Meanwhile, back on Earth, chaos breaks out in the city when an explosion occurs, seemingly caused by a muscular human. The human is in fact Baby in disguise, killing others in search for the Saiyans. Hercule makes a somewhat heroic entrance and tries to intervene, but is clearly outmatched due to his age and diminished strength. Concurrently, Goten shows up, urged to take on the battle by Hercule. When he's speaking with the champ, the man possessed by Baby targets Valise. Goten quickly defeats the attacker along with 2 more of the possessed, but another one appears behind him, catching him off guard. Realizing Goten is a Saiyan, Baby emerges from the man's body, appearing newly developed on account of the people he's possessed. Goten urges Hercule to move away with the now faint Valise in his arms, aware that this new enemy is stronger than anyone they've ever faced. The battle between Goten and Baby begins, Goten seemingly holding his own, and Hercule takes the opportunity to claim that he trained him, taking all the credit. Baby unleashes light energy attacks at Goten, landing a cut on him. He transforms into a Super Saiyan and unleashes a massive energy attack to destroy the now vacant city, but Baby remains unharmed and unimpressed with Goten's strength. Goten powers up to his full strength and unleashes a Super Kamehameha, prompting Baby to launch in and enter the Saiyan through his wound. With control over his body, Baby acts coldly toward Valise and Hercule, using Goten's memories to locate the strongest Saiyan currently on Earth, Vegeta, with an intent to possess him. Meanwhile, the space trio detect another Dragon Ball inside of a giant lizard and locate the 6th Black Star Dragon Ball. On Earth, Piccolo is
Alright
in
guys, I'm
meditation,
gonna end the stream now.
stopping as he notices something's wrong.
Give the
At
video a
Capsule
thumbs
Corp,
up, subscribe,
Chi-Chi begins
and I'll
to
be
worry
streaming
about
again
why
tomorrow.
Goten is taking so long to
Thank you
come
for
back.
watching. Have yourself a
Gohan
good night.
arrives soon after, having
Peace,
heard
everyone.
about the fight in West City and decides to visit and stay the night. As he